Everyone, happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. We are going to get started on our reads shortly, but before we begin, as always, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway at 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. We will be having a little bit less time today, so what we'll be doing is we are going to be prioritizing personals and 1 cards. Time permitting, we will be doing a collective, but we're going to see how we're doing before once we get through those. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. I want to talk a little bit about this energy because it's intriguing. And the reason it's intriguing, and I want to kind of bring you back to, the last daily collective we did, because the readings that we do here effectively build on each other. And there was something very interesting that occurred in the last reading we did. But I also feel that it is a very good analogy for what we've been experiencing in this energy specifically. And if you want to see the spread, you can head over to my stack, because as you may know, I always post over at the place over on the stack. When I post the podcast, I always post a picture of each day's spread so that you guys can take a look at the cards for yourself. But here's the thing, and if you know the way I read, you often recognize that it's not uncommon for me to be having 2 Smith-Waite Centennial decks at the ready, because I draw a lot of cards and I need a lot of decks. And sometimes one of those cards slips into the other deck. And the reason I bring this up is because we ended the previous reading with the last 3 cards. And the last 3 cards we were effectively seeing were the 7 of Pentacles, the 2 of Pentacles, and then the 2 of Pentacles again. Now, I think this energy is very important, because the reason I think that this energy is really important is 2 of Pentacles together with a 7 of Pentacles basically can often articulate a lot of things happening at once. And not just the fact that there's a lot of things that are potentially happening at once, but the energetic frustration that there isn't more of us to energetically go around. And what do I mean by that? Aries energy is often, and we've kind of been talking about this, and this is kind of coming out of a lot of this Libra full moon energy, because sometimes, and I have to explain this, the reason that sometimes Aries and Libra energy is not always fluid with one another has to do with the observation that when you're working through balance, right, bursts can often feel like they're energetically disruptive. And the best way that I often describe Aries energy is working in bursts. It's fits and starts. It's a lot of activation and then a lot of pausing. It's a lot of that stop and start. And that can sometimes wear away at those with Libra placements that often work more into the space of trying to create a feeling or trying to build into stability. So this is important because the one thing that keeps on coming through with this energy that I would like to kind of call your attention to is worn things become polished, which is the space by which often we feel worn down by things, right? We feel irritated or we feel energetically exhausted. But the thing is that sometimes, and this is a continuation of what we see with Jupiter in Cancer, sometimes what we feel within is weariness, another sees or recognizes as energetic polish. And why do we mean by that polish? Because it is the easement, right? It's the ease by which we're able to effectively move into something, right? The fluidity that almost feels like it's as easy as breathing, that often becomes synonymous with energetic like with the space by which we have become, right? We have become, we have basically moved into sagacity. And that's the thing that's interesting about it. Sagacity never recognizes itself, right? Sagacity is always in the space by which, and you'll sometimes notice this with someone who's very, very deeply immersed in something, the modality by which we articulate upon something that almost feels energetically commonplace within, that another looks upon with a sense of surprise or bewilderment or wonder, right? And this is the culmination of a lot of the work that we're experiencing right now, and it's a culmination of a lot of the lessons that we often go through, because with Jupiter in Cancer, which is the modality by which we inhabit something, does not feel differently, right? Like the modality, and we often talk about, and this is why it's really important to recognize that when you're moving towards a manifestation goal. And this is why we always articulate upon, like, when you're going towards a manifestation goal, we don't say to someone like, what are you expecting to find there? Oh, I expect to feel differently. You won't feel differently, right? There's not a single manifestation goal on this planet that will make you feel differently, right? It's the state by which you inhabit the self. And so this is very interesting, because I think that this is a lot of the work that we're seeing that is potentially a result of those double Two of Pentacles that popped up with so much chagrin, right? With so much chagrin next to each other. That was the thing that cracked me up about it. It wasn't just the fact that they popped up in the deck, but the fact that they popped up next to each other, which is again like working through chagrin, which is the modality by which we understand or effectively identify the reflection point of the self, or the space by which we see ourselves, right? And the thing about that, and we often identify this, like the work that we do in building into our own familiarity is often the space by which we are able to effectively expand or to refine or to do something even more deeply. So I feel like this is all very, very important right now. And this is and the one thing I'm also going to say, and I just want to stress this because I think that this is incredibly important. Okay? And let this just be a point of caution right now with a lot of the Aries energy that we currently see right now. Don't allow the state of your frustration to energetically cloud your perception. And the reason I say that is because this same force that we're seeing right now, this energy, is absolutely beautiful if you're building into the work of vulnerability, if you're building into the observation of identifying vulnerabilities so that you can get stronger within them. It's a really good energy to set your intention. It's a really good energy to navigate discomfort, to find a deeper place of comfort, potentially, especially as Uranus is moving out of Taurus into Gemini at the same time that we see that Venus is also, right, is also in Taurus. Like that is the energy for carving out new routines, What it's not good energy for is allowing, it's not good energy for allowing past grievances to get under your skin. And the reason I say that is it's probably not the fact that they aren't there, but the fact that not allowing them to effectively move you into old energetic cycles. And with that in mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we were seeing for the energy that is in solitude, the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, and the energy that's deep within divine union right now. And we're going to start first with the energy that's in solitude. And there's something really important that we see is potentially happening right now for a lot of the energy that is in solitude. And it is, and the best way I can describe what I'm reading for is the ability to tell the difference between lacquered sentiment and nascent sentiment, or nacre sentiment. And the reason I say that is because I'm just going to kind of walk you through this. The brain creates the space of utilizing sentiment to store memory, right? And especially when a memory is painful, the brain loves the self, and the brain loves the self so much that it will take the worst memory that you have and try to effectively surround it in sentiment so that it becomes easier to manage. And the ability to disambiguate, right? The ability to disambiguate between the sentiment that is true, and the sentiment that is true is often the sentiment that is pervasive. It's the sentiment that rings through or holds true. It's the sentiment that you feel in the moment that a memory is formed into the context by which you experience it into the present, right? So that is the sentiment that is effectively the evident sentiment that effectively pervades across a timeline, right? The modality by which we always recognize that the sentiment was there. And often you'll notice that the shape of the mind that tries to heal from trauma is one by which you can identify the moment that the sentiment was formed around something that one never had sentiment about, which is the modality of recognizing a mind that's trying to protect the self from something that hurt the self by trying to wrap it in something that makes it easier to carry, right? And so what's beautiful about this is we see that for a lot of the energy in solitude, and this is what might be a little bit confusing right now, but it's not just the fact that it's confusing, it's the fact that it is the clarification point on the confusion that's occurring, right? The modality of being able to heal from something energetically painful and to feel the tendency of the mind literally in the process of trying to wrap sentiment around it. And in the context of wrapping that sentiment around it, we effectively see that this is the energy that is basically identifying and recognizing, right, the sentiment that is not, right, it is the lacquer of sentiment, right? And the lacquer of sentiment is created in the space by which there was no sentiment, right? The modality by which the sentiment was not there. And so there's something about that may feel, right? There's something about that may feel somewhat painful, right? But even in the space by which we see that there's energetic pain there, the energy is effectively navigating the sentiment with a sense of objectivity. And I say this because I would not be surprised if for some of those energies in solitude right now, there is some shape of past energy that is effectively coming back from the past. And the observation of being able to identify and recognize, right, the energetic difference in relationality to what feels restorative, right, what feels like it is in a space of healing versus potentially relationships wherein another, right, another does not have the wherewithal to be in partnership, right? I feel like there's something important about some energy in solitude, recognizing threshold energy. And threshold energy are basically those who potentially articulate upon a desire for partnership, and they often identify a longing about it. But when they start to feel the things that are energetically surrounding relationship, they start to run in the opposite direction, right? Which can often create it can create a lot of trauma. And often in the space by which another person does that, they might not necessarily recognize it, but it's even in the modality by which they're observing it that is allowing the energy to feel fortified as they proceed forward into healthy relationship, either healthy relationship with the self or the new healthy relationships they're forming, and at the same time may potentially have to work through some hardship as it relates to some past experience or person trying to articulate the energetic cruelty in another person, not allowing them to come back, but the observation of the fact of the cruelty being formed in the fact that they have to come back in the first place, because that's the modality by which we recognize or identify, right, the energetic pain of an experience that keeps one in a suspended state of energetic anxiety because you don't know what's energetically occurring. So there may be a lot of that frustration there, but it's the frustration that is fortifying as they continue to heal. Now, this brings us to the energy that is moving deeper into relationship right now. Now, those relationships that we're speaking about are effectively the relationships that we've been identifying as world partnerships. And the reason we've been identifying them as world partnerships is they've been coming together since around the time of the Capricorn new moon up until the present. And so this is a lot of the work that we potentially see with that moon card in the tarot, right? The observation of the situation that's causing the energetic frustration. Now, and it's not easy, right? It's not easy, but it's clarifying, and it's allowing for the context by which that clarity is helping to fortify. Now, this brings us to the energy that is moving deeper into divine union. Now, the energy that is moving deeper into divine union, these were effectively the moon relationships. And the moon relationships were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon that we discussed, up until we had the Capricorn new moon, until that was happening, that would occurred around, I want to say that was January 18th, I believe, January 18th, up until Uranus that went retrograde around September 6th of this past year. Now, these moon relationships, they took a little bit of time to be able to identify what was going on there, but I just keep on seeing, I would not be surprised right now if some of these moon relationships are moving into deepening partnership connections. There may be something very important that's happening there. And the reason we see that something important is happening there is specifically in relationality to the observation of being able to recognize and identify the space by which we see that for a lot of those new relationships that are forming right now, there may be a lot of conversation about the past, but the reason that we see that the conversations are being fortified by the past, because I keep on getting it's past as repast, and the reason I keep on getting past as repast in the space by which one is looking at the past with a sense of the present being firmly centered, and the past is being seen as reference. For a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union right now, I see this energy closing chapters in beautiful ways, because the reason I keep on seeing the fact that those chapters are closing in beautiful ways is coming through in the observation of being able to identify and recognize what was effectively missing in past relationship. And specifically, for a lot of those partnerships, the observation of working through circumstances and situations that effectively, I just keep on seeing the experiences of past relationship where others tried to articulate that they were not cut out for partnership, specifically because they had a sense of purpose. These relationships have finally found have finally found a partnership that embraces that purpose. And in the modality by which the purpose is embraced, we just see that there's a lot of vast expansion that is presently occurring in those experiences. And for a lot of that expansion that we're potentially identifying there, it's like the thing about it is there's frustration that's coming up, and the frustration is immediately relieved. It's up, it rises, and it's just immediately affirmed. It's immediately healed. And the reason we see that that's potentially occurring is because they found the relationship that is revealing what was missing in the past. And that's why I wouldn't be surprised right now if this time between now, I wouldn't be surprised right now if this time between now and the Taurus, that Taurus new moon that we've got coming up, if there aren't a lot of new deepening commitments that occur, specifically because I feel like a lot of energy is feeling absolutely confident in terms of having found what they're looking for. Now this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union, and those relationships that were deep within divine union, we're working on a lot of the messages that we see in the Temperance card of the tarot. They were coming together between the time of that Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we saw over the summer, so around June 21st of last year. I want to describe these relationships right now. And the thing about these temperance relationships is there's something right now about having to be patient. Like, and I just want to stress this, like the patience that is being required. I just keep on seeing the thing about it, and I want to describe this. Patience and these temperance relationships, basically, the thing I keep on observing is everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. But the reason we identify mutuality is the mutuality that we effectively bring to things allow us to be able to deepen energetic connections. And the thing I keep on recognizing with a lot of these relationships right now has to do with the context of being able to identify what is needed and necessary in the process of energetic expansion. And the thing I want to describe about this right now is I wouldn't be surprised if some of these relationships may feel like they're going through a maturation process. And that's what I like, and that's what I mean. Like the thing about this here, like these two cards together, like we articulated, this is what we identify with a maturation process, because, and I want to describe this, I would not be surprised right now if some of these temperance relationships are letting go of energy that effectively jumps to conclusions too quickly or too energetically reactive. Because the thing about it, and this is what we mean about this energy right now, doing a lot of deep work in healing Aries placements. The ability to, Aries energy often heals when the reactivity becomes the ability to activate in a moment. It's the space by which it doesn't feel like a trigger so much as it feels like a target, is the best way I can describe it. And I feel like the reason I identify that is because, and I just kind of want to get into this because it's hard. It's a little hard to I need to describe the nuance here. When energy effectively, and it has to do also with navigating the space of our own frustration and even the communication of anger, because that is effectively the source of what we see is occurring in a lot of those energies, which is understanding that there's nothing wrong or unhealthy with carrying anger, right? Because the thing about it is, and you'll often notice this, right? In a world that asks us to disassociate, anger becomes anathema, right? I'm going to say that again. In a world, in an unhealthy world that asks us to disassociate, then anger becomes anathema, which is the modality by which, instead of holding anger with a sense of honor, one tries to see anger as an indicator that there's something wrong with the self. But here's the thing about it. It's not healthy not to carry anger. It's not healthy not to carry anger, because everything we have is a gift. And when we recognize that everything we have is a gift, then we hallow our anger, right? Which means our anger becomes holy, or our anger becomes blessed in the space by which we can explain why something energetically upsets us, right? So it's not the reactivity, right? It's not the reactivity that is seen as anathema, but rather the ability of understanding the difference between sacred anger, right? And sacred anger always has a reason attached to it. It always has a very valid explanation as to why we find ourselves irate, as opposed to, right, the unhealthy anger, which is the anger at seeing someone angry, right? Which is often ego-driven anger. The modality by which another person says, you know, seeing you upset really bothers me. It should. That's what anger is for. that's what anger is for, right? And when we're holding, our anger sacredly, we don't apologize for having it. We articulate it upon it even more. We define it. We hold it as such. And so I feel like that is effectively what we see is happening right now with a lot of the energy. And that's why I keep on saying this energy right now is very healing to Aries and Aries placements, because it's a reminder that says, right, that when another person sees anger, right, you don't hold another person accountable because they have the audacity of being angry, but rather you move into the inquiry in being able to say, can you articulate upon where the anger is coming from? Because our ability to put words to our anger is how we fortify our anger, which is the anger that allows something to move into the context of being better, right? Being able to identify and find solutions, versus the anger that we have to absolve ourselves of, which is the modality by which we look at anger and say, oh, well, anger, like, oh, well, you know, your anger makes me feel unpleasant. Well, yeah, it's supposed to. It's supposed to. Right? We're supposed to have, right? We're supposed to have those feelings. But in a world that tries to make us disassociate, it often makes us feel, right, that there's something wrong with us for having anger in the first place. So I feel like that's a lot of the work that we see that's happening for energy deep within divine union, which is healing their relationship. And again, these temperance relationships, which I feel probably had to effectively swallow a lot of justified anger about things, but allowing that anger to effectively arrive in a way that allows for new solutions to be found, or allows for a pathwork by which one is able to identify the healing in having, like the profound healing that happens when one has a sacred conversation about anger. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening, I believe, next week, Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me. One-on-one chat with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will give you updates on everything which give you updates on my personal on any new classes or offerings I may be offering, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycle. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon energy. I'm going to be having one up shortly on this new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit a little different for everybody. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings today. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, a reminder to anybody who is on the hold list, who would like to be taken off of the hold list. All I need to know to get you back on the list is the date that you were placed on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Also, my friends, remember, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at, I think we're already at 38K. My friends, thank you so much for tapping that screen. I deeply, deeply appreciate you. Just taking a moment to read over. And thank you for joining us, Lauren. Welcome, Minnie, Grand Rising, dear. Sunny, you're a bot. Guys, Sunny Boy, I think Sunny Boy is a bot. Because here's the thing, Sunny Boy comes in every time I come on live and says that they like fish and chips. Which, I mean, like, I get it, they slap, I get it, but I have a feeling, it's just, how you doing today, Alexandra? Grand Rising, dear. The list is open, Hannah. If you'd like to get on it, you'll be the 5th person read for. Feeling pretty good. Oh, I hope you feel better soon, Minnie. And thank you for joining my fan club, Hannah. I appreciate you. How you doing today, Per? You're the first one on our list today. Yes, please send healing vibes to Hannah, guys. And thank you, Per, for sharing the live. Deeply appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Tiff, good to see you as well. Absolutely. I love that word, sagacity. Got to bring it back. It's a good word. Hi, Kat. And Persimmon. Thank you for getting on the list as well. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the sixth person read for. Yep. Thank you for the help. Thank you, Kat. I'm going to read the list for anybody who's gotten on the list so far. If I have not named you and if you sent for it, please give me the initial where you sent the donation. I don't need the full name. I just need the initial. Okay. Because the apps hate hearing about the other apps. And if you're joining us across the other apps as well, you can join. You can find the links on the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. The list we have right now is Per, Bridget, Kat, Kath, and Persimmon. Absolutely. And Sanja, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Dada. Hi there, Zoe. Yes, balanced nervous system. Thank you as well, dear. And Kath, thank you for those gifts, dear. How you doing today? Zoe, one more thing. Yeah, it's interesting. That was the word, Zoe. I need to do a little bit more. You have to point. So one of the things I point out when I'm often channeling is certain words come up. That's a word I'm diving into right now. So I appreciate that note on it because it's just been coming through a lot. Yeah. But thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, Per. Mm-hmm. I keep you're not look, first of all, you're not interrupting at all. That's what you're utilizing the chat space effectively. This is what we do. You're welcome. You are welcome to communicate in the chat space while I'm reading. So that's fine. So this is why, yeah. So don't worry about anything in relationality to that. Yeah, absolutely. And your insight or anything in relationality to anything I'm saying that builds off of it, like that's what we do. Like that, it's a collective for a reason. Like when we feel like we have insight that may help each other with the insights we're receiving, then that's something that's always eagerly welcome here, right? And thank you for the follow, dear. Siobhan, thank you for sharing the live. Nikki, good to see you today. And Sue, thank you for the follow. And thank you for sharing the live, Sue. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How you doing today, Moon? Grand Rising. Hi there, Efren. I love coming across someone that knows what they're talking about. The nicest thing somebody said to me all day. I appreciate that that's how you feel. Oh, thank you. I do my best here. And thank you for being a part of this collective. Patience. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Excellent. Good for you. Yep. It's the right term. And Soul, thank you for the follow, dear. Grand Rising Team Lasana, how you doing today? I come back from a call and you're asking for tequila. It's not even 11 a.m. Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's the most important thing to know how to say. Only the most valuable of phrases will do for Nikki. Thank you guys for clarifying. So Zoe, it's a stack that has a sub in front of it. The apps don't like it when we mention other. You'll find all of those links in the links in my bio. Excellent. Excellent. Perfect. And thank you guys for helping. Thank you guys for helping Zoe understand how it works here. Jana, thank you for joining us. To get a reading, Persimmon, I've got you on the list, dear. Yes, the list is yes. I'm learning French through you, Nikki. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Nikki, you got on the list? Okay, I missed your dragon, but I believe you. All right, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the seventh person read for. And DJ, thank you for the follow, dear. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Remember, Dada, you still got a reading on hold. I'm just going to remind you about that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you for the help, Kath. Yep. Excellent. I've used that word long. I feel like that's just, but here's the thing. They've only ever written one thing. So whenever somebody comes in and they only write one thing and they only write one thing as soon as I've gone live, then that starts giving me indications we've got a pet bot. Yeah. I think we figured out. What's his face is a pet bot. What was their name? Philip. I think Philip's a pet bot. And then the problem is then I feel bad blocking them because they're just doing their job. They're just doing their job, you know? Oh my gosh, that Venus in Cancer, man. List me, please. I like that, DJ. I haven't heard that before. The way you get listed, here, it's not like a bar. I can't list you. I'll pour you a list. The way it works here, if you want to get on the list, you just send the donation payment via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers, dear. Yep. No problem. Absolutely. Oh, I'm good either way. Hold on a minute. Yes. Excellent. I completely forgot. Well, that's why I'm reminding you, Dada. Yeah, Joseph. That was them. Joseph. Pet makes it. Yep. Petbot takes me back to when everyone had or wanted a digipet. Well, this is what happens when I realize it's just a little program. Like when I'm realizing it's just a little program, like doing its job. I'm like, oh, there it goes, watch them, you know? All right, we're going to get started on today's reading. Just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 4 spots available. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And the reason I can tell it, because I've asked them so far. Like I think we've got 2 pet bots right now. And every time they come on, I say, if you're not a pet bot, can you say something other than the statement that you say every time you enter the room? And when they can't, then we know it's a pet bot. I know, and then I feel bad. Then I feel bad blocking them. I can't. This is me. I have to live here. We are going to get started. The first person we are reading for today. Is going to be Per. And just a reminder. So we're gonna see. We are in a little bit of a time constraint today. So we're prioritizing personals and 1 cards. And if we have time, we'll be doing the collective, but we want to make sure that we get to the personals and 1 cards first. So the first person we are reading for today is going to be Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, friends, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just go ahead and let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. How are you doing today, Boku? And let me pull you up here. Where are we? Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Exciting. And for those who are interested in getting on the list across the other apps, we do here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura readings. If you are joining us across the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership status entitles you to the same rates that we identified for subscribers. And I would really like to be able to start offering memberships over on the place where we have the videos, but I need your help with that, friends, because you have to be at a certain amount to be able to offer memberships there. So anybody who gives me a follow or takes a few minutes during this live to follow me over on the place where we keep the photos, if you comment followed in the comments, I'll be happy to read for you an affirmation from A Guide for the Advanced Soul. And if you are already following me there and would still like a personal affirmation, just share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I'll also be happy to give you an affirmation as well. And thank you, Efren, for the follow, dear. All right. And we're going to get started on that dream interpretation. Oh, you have nothing to apologize for, dear. All right, let's get to it. And you guys know the drill. Before we get started, Before we get started on today's On Purse dream interpretation, let's warm up those intuition muscles with, ooh, we got 50K. All right, so before we get started with the dream interpretation, we're gonna do the 50K, and then we're gonna warm up the intuition muscles, and then we're gonna do the dream interpretation. Thank you guys so much for helping us get there so quickly. So I am currently thinking of a number. Think of a good one. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 49. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Julia, congratulations. You got it. We will be doing that again when we get to 100K. So make sure tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And in the meantime, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the intuition, I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And I am going to pin up using your abilities to advantage is not fair. That's very funny. Excellent. Oop, hold on a minute. And I'm going to pin up her here, guys. Need more intuition checks. Oh, that's what you said before you pulled it. That's very fun. Did you get it, Moon? Excellent. Very cool. All right, where's Per? Per. Guys, make sure you give Per some love. Dream interpretation, outside tea. Hold on, I gotta find the coconut. I got it. I found the coconut. Okay, perfect. All right, dream. Whenever we have a dream here, we use the dream coconut. So let's get started. I like it. Okay, perfect. All right, outside tea. The dream took place at night, was dimly lit and shadowy. It began in a house that I experienced as my own. On a tablet screen, I was having a conversation with a woman. The image was blurry and I cannot remember what she looked like. This was the only moment in which I seemed to observe myself from the side, while at the same time feeling like I was part of the conversation. I asked her what the function is of the perfume Rosa Saltifolia by Maison Crivelli, a real perfume that I do not own. The notes of the scent are rose and salt. The woman on the screen told me that the fragrance provides protection. After this conversation, I went outside onto the street. There were long tables set up similar to those at a farmer's market. On the first table, my cat Elisa was lying stretched out and relaxed. Next to her was an unopened black package of the same perfume. I could clearly read the name. In front of the cat lay a tarot card in a horizontal position. I could not clearly see the image, but it contained a lot of red and seemed like it could have been the Hierophant, the Emperor, or Justice. I had to walk a little further along the tables to the third one because my phone was there. It felt quite scary, but I motivated myself to ignore the fear and pick up the device. After grabbing my phone, I quickly went back inside. Once inside, I tried to close the front door, but it would not lock. The door was large and rustic, light gray with deep decorative carvings. I pressed my back against it to apply more force, while at the same time something from the other side was pushing against it. This made the situation intense and frightening. In my dream, I tried to motivate myself not to be afraid and to stay calm, because it's not real. However, the motivation turned into anger. Frustrated, I shouted for F's sake, and jumped into the air to slam my fist against the door. Interestingly, this is not an expression I would ever normally use in real life. Despite all my efforts, I eventually saw a silhouette inside my house, as if it had entered like a kind of mist through the cracks of the door. I quickly woke up. 4 cards, please. Wow. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Really? Really? Hold on a minute. I gotta check something. Oh my goodness. I just want to point out one of the cards that you stated in the dream was the Hierophant. Is that correct? You stated that there was a Hierophant there? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, let's get to it. It's a shadow work dream. Clearly, there's a lot of, listen, Aries will bring up a lot of shadow work dreams. I've been doing a lot of shadow work dreams recently. So let's get into it. So we start the dream at night, and you said everything was dimly lit and shadowy. So we already have an ominous vibe that's happening in the dream space. And I would immediately, if we were in a private reading right now, I would ask you a lot of conversations about how you feel at night, because the thing is, the night often is brings a lot of hermit energy with it, or feeling like we ourselves are in a point of solitude, right? Because what happens at night? At night, others are effectively asleep. So night carries a little bit of hermit energy with it everywhere that it goes, simply for the sake by which we know that not everybody is up and moving around. So we already see that this is some shadow work that's happening in the dream space related to your feeling of solitude. You described the fact that you had a tablet device, and that in the night in your home, you were having a conversation with a woman. You said the image was blurry and you couldn't remember what she looked like. This was the only moment in which I seemed to observe myself from the side, while at the same time feeling like I was part of the conversation. That's because, and it's interesting, and this is why I also like to build into doing dream work with clients, you've been meeting your higher self in your dream space. The last dream that I had with you was you encountering your higher self on a train, right? And what do we see that you're doing in the dream space here? In this dream space, you are encountering your higher self on the electronic device, which is why you identified the fact that you said you thought it was odd that you could observe yourself from the side while at the same time feeling like I was part of the conversation, because you were also seeing the perspective of yourself from watching yourself on the device, right? So it's self-referential. And we see that that is validated in the dream space by the fact that you could see more than one perspective of yourself whilst having the conversation. But you notice, and this is what the guides are showing you, it's hard to see yourself, right? It's hard to be referential of yourself because it's always blurry, right? We can never see our own forest through our own trees. And so the modality by which you recognize or you recognize or observe the tendency by which you potentially see the quality and characteristic of being able to effectively identify, right? Like that is the conversation you're having with your higher self. It's hard to see the self. It's blurry, right? I wouldn't be surprised if by the fact they said you couldn't hear the conversation, because the conversation was about the quality of it, right? So we're starting there. We're starting the dream from that space. Now let's proceed. You said you asked the person on the tablet what the function of the perfume, and it's interesting that you described function, right? Because even here we see that there's something interesting that's occurring in the vernacular that you're having with yourself in relationality to perfume, because most of us would assume perfume doesn't have a function, right? I mean, or the function's assumed. Perfume's function is assumed, right? Perfume's function is assumed in the space by which it is supposed to make us feel or smell beautifully. But we see here that there's obviously something different that's occurring between you and your higher self in relationality to the conversation that you're having about a particular perfume. Because again, you're getting insight, right? What are you doing? And so we're getting here. I wouldn't be surprised if you're trying to connect to your higher self right now. And why are you trying to connect to your higher self? You're trying to understand the function of things. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if you feel compelled, right? So what's really happening there, the conversation you're having with your higher self is not the fact by which you're saying, what is the function? I wouldn't be surprised. I would put money on the fact right now that you feel very drawn to that scent, or you notice a tendency that at times when you're feeling vulnerable, you might get drawn to some scents rather than others. So we're potentially seeing that you're asking yourself in the dream space, when you're saying, what is the function of that? You're asking yourself why you feel, right? Why you feel energetically drawn to that scent at certain times, right? And what does the higher self say? They told you that the fragrance provides protection. But again, it's very interesting. Why? Because again, let's take it out of the context of the actual scent, and let's break down the vernacular of the word. Because, and this is important too, because you are able to read the word in your dream space. And we're not supposed to read in our dream space. So whenever you can read in your dream space, there's something interesting that's happening there. And so you've got salt rose there, right? You've got salt rose, and you've also got envelope. So an envelope of salt rose, basically, when you break those three words down, rose, salt, like it's rose, paper actually. It's paper, it's rose, salt, paper, right? Rose, salt, paper, because folia is paper. So rose, salt, and paper. So I wouldn't be surprised if that scent is rose, salt, and paper. So let's just hold that for a moment. Now you said, let's understand the recognition as to why. And we're going to get deeper into that because, again, there's further clarification on this, because we see that after that conversation, you went outside onto the street. So it's interesting that you were having the conversation in the house, because it was the mansion of the self. And we recognize that you were talking to yourself because, again, it's a space by which you're at night. Nobody else is awake. So it is a connection with your higher self where you're basically in the dream space asking why you feel drawn to that scent. And the response is, right, that the fragrance, right, that fragrance provides protection, but that there's some connection that the higher self makes in the qualities of that in some way, shape, or form, speaking to you as to what feels energetically protective. Now let's hold on to that for a second, because you said after that conversation, you went outside onto the street, and you said there were long tables set up, similar to those at a farmer's market. On the first table, you described that your cat was laying stretched out and relaxed, and next to her, here we go, was an unopened black package of the perfume in question. You could not clearly read the name. Now, this is also interesting because that's actually more typical of what we would see in a dream space, because we've identified the fact that you're not supposed to read in dream spaces. So it's normal that you're identifying the fact that you said you couldn't clearly read it. But you also said in front of the cat lay a tarot card in a horizontal position. And you could clearly see the image, but it contained a lot of red and seemed like it could have been the Hierophant, the Emperor, and Justice. Okay, so we gotta back it up. Okay, because now we've got a little bit of transmutation that's happening in the dream space. Why? Because when you break down the three words in the name of that perfume, it's not just rose and salt. Okay, it's rose, it's salt, and then folia. Folia means paper, okay, in Italian or in Latin. So we've got rose, we've got salt, and we've got paper. So the representation of those three symbols is being articulated upon the space by which, right, your cat is laying before it. And they're basically showing you, right, the qualities by which you potentially ascribe to those symbols. So the first one would be the rose, right, which would be represented by the Hierophant. The second would be salt, which is being represented by the Emperor. And the final one would be paper, which is being represented by Justice. So basically, the space by which you're getting a deeper understanding of why you're potentially drawn to that perfume is laying down the base notes of the perfume in tarot form, in the dream space. So the three different, the disambiguation, or the space by which you're effectively able to identify the associations that you draw to those scents that are being effectively shown to you specifically through the three tarot cards that are being represented. It makes sense, right? Because the Hierophant often talks about lineage. So it's not surprising by the fact that there's an association to a rose scent that you're potentially drawing towards that card. Emperor is always about building into stability, rigor, things that need to be done. It's not that you like it, but it's what you got to do. So it makes sense that salt would be there because it's an element of protection. So you've got a lot of that protective energy with the Emperor card. And then you've got Justice. And what is justice? Justice is the law, right? Justice are things we write down for ourselves that stabilize. So it's not surprising that, again, the paper association would be drawn to the Justice card. It is interesting that, and the fact that it's interesting that you said that they were in, the fact that you described the fact that they're in horizontal position, it's just curious because what we basically see is we almost see the name of the card, like the association of the cards being broken down because it's showing you the qualities that you potentially ascribe to those elements that are being represented by the figures of the card. You then said you had to walk further along the tables to the third one because your phone was there and you felt scared, but motivated to ignore the fear and pick up the device. Now, this is why we understand that it is a shadow work dream, because where's the fear coming from, right? So far, there's been nothing, and this is why I describe it as a shadow work dream. There's nothing that you or I, like anybody outside of yourself, would ascribe so far has been scary in this dream. But clearly, there is an effective association about something in this dream that is energetically triggering you. And I need to stress this, that in itself is something that would require deeper understanding, and it might even be intuitively connected to a past life, because and I've often seen this with those who I do dream interpretations with, if I'm looking at something and being like, there's nothing here that is overtly scary, but something that you draw and you can't draw a present day association to something in this that you describe a fear to, that could be a latent fear from past life that you're energetically carrying forward into this one. And we get more indications on that in the space by which, and this is where to the third part of the dream where it becomes a shadow work dream, which is what effectively happens after you grabbed your phone and you went back inside. You said you went inside and you tried to close the front door, but it would not lock. And you said the door was large and rustic with light gray with the deep decorative carvings. You said, and this is interesting because now it doesn't feel like we're in the present, does it? Now it feels like we're in the past, right? You literally described a large rustic door, deep carvings. Everything you've described up to this point was something in the present, but now, right? And this would give us further indications about the fact that this is a past life association of shadow work that you've carried into this one, right? You identified that you pressed your back against it to apply more force, while at the same time something from the other side was pushing against it. And this made the situation intense and frightening, obviously. Now we've got something that's afraid. You're having a memory of a trauma, and a trauma that you yourself haven't energetically carried, that was potentially triggered by the association of those energetic scents. You then said, and scents carry memories, okay? You then said that you, in the dream, you said you tried to motivate yourself to not be afraid and stay calm because it's not real. But you said the motivation turned into anger, and frustrated, you shouted for blank's sake and jumped into the air and to slam your fist against the door. And interestingly, you said this is not an expression I would ever normally use in real life, right? And this is again interesting because we see you embodying a self that you are not. And we see you embodying a self that you're not. And even in the space by which you guide you indications, because you're saying things that the present self would not say, right? So we see that this is potentially, right? There's potentially a lot of and this is, I would get further confirmation on this because we've been doing some work in terms of the identification point of some experiences that we've articulated in mentorship, but the modality by which this is potentially, right, there's the possibility that this is an unlocked memory where you're basically building through, and the hard part about it is we understand that when we have past life experiences, sometimes we carry some of that shadow work into the present, right? The modality by which, right, and I think we've articulated this too, because I think that you asked me recently, what do I have to be conscientious about if I start doing past life work? It's like prepare for energetic shadow work in relationality to experiences that potentially need to be resolved or you might still be working through. So we see that modality or experience, right, by which you potentially work through energetic anxiety as it relates to latent trauma, right? And the modality by which you articulated that something about those scents make you feel safe, right? There's something that's very intriguing in relationality to that because there are a lot of archaic qualities that we're identifying in this dream space, in the space of, right? In the space of those scents, but also in the space by which the scent effectively in the dream space unlocked a memory, right? Which was the anxiety point that you yourself potentially felt in the space of going back inside. And the identification point, I'm sure you're going to ask the question you're going to ask is, why is this coming up in the dream space? Bottom of the deck. So let's talk the Five of Swords in its reversal, right? I need to point this out. This is why I don't eagerly say, oh, everybody needs to go do past life work, because there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of stuff there. And the space by which we navigate things and we feel fortified by it or energetically healthy is often the space by which we feel, right? The space by which we feel energetically stabilized in terms of understanding more the shape of the work that we're working to heal. And so I feel like what's interesting about this is I feel like there's an association between a lot of that past life work I see that you've been doing right now, and potentially some of these, like some of these energetic feelings that are coming up, and the modality by which you effectively are able to disambiguate, right? The difference in being able to effectively disambiguate between something like you said, right? And this is what's beautiful about what we see that you're doing in the dream space. You literally said, this isn't real, right? Like the space by which you are even yourself in the dream space, and you articulate, and I love this because what basically happened is, and this is why it's a shadow work dream, right? You overcame the trauma of the past life in the dream space because you said, right, the modality by which you effectively experienced or felt that, and then said to yourself, this is like, you got angry, right? You got frustrated. And the reason you got frustrated, and I like to point this out, this is also the way that the guides are helping you heal it, because it's frustrating, right? It's really annoying. It's really annoying to have to carry trauma from past experiences with us that aren't ours, because it's the fact that it's like it just makes something energetically harder. So I think it's really interesting because I almost feel like the space by which you articulated your frustration and you went to slam your fist into the door was actually effectively your higher self, like reaching through and being like, enough of this, right? Like it's not helpful, right? Because like, and this is why you're able to effectively heal it, right? You're not feeling traumatized by the experience again. You're not getting re-traumatized. You're moving into the next phase, which is like you're feeling really annoyed by it. You're angry. You're angry, like you're energetically angry. It grates you. It gets under your skin. So that's, and I want to point this out, and I know this is going to sound, again, this continuation of our dream. The anger is healthy. Like the anger is healthy, right? The anger is healthy because it shows the fact that you're having the experience of the past life, and it's not re-traumatizing you, right? It's not re-traumatizing you. You're going, this is like, you're fed up with it. You're frustrated by it, which is good, right? Like that shows it's actually a sign of the fact that the work isn't destabilizing, it's reaffirming, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 81.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. And OA, thank you for the follow. Just reading over. You don't know about what? What do you know? Are you questioning the coconut, Nikki? How dare you? How dare you? You come into my house and you question my coconut? Daniel, thank you for the follow. Need more intuition checks. Oh, thank you for getting on the list, Stella. We've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Your dream is not sad and small, Bridget, okay? We are not, listen, it is not a competition. It is not a dream competition, okay? Every dream is precious and special, okay? It doesn't matter how big your dream is. It doesn't matter. How you doing today, Sister Shine? Yep, I used to be scared of being alone at night, but not anymore. It's a past. It's related to your past life. The nighttime. It's a past life. It's a past life trauma. Is what I'm getting. I wouldn't be surprised if you had it in childhood. Because, yeah. And Angela, thank you for the follow. Descent depends on the mood. Oh, Daniel, I wouldn't describe myself as formidable, but thank you. I'm just doing my best. I'm just doing my best to exist like the rest of us. Ooh, that sounds lovely. I want to check that out. Yeah. hmm This is very interesting. There's nothing, no one outside, indeed, on the street. Yeah. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you today. You needed a half an hour. I get it. It feels like I think you might have unlocked a past life memory. But I need to point this out. The fact that you were angry by the end of it is showing the fact that it was like that's a good thing to feel, right? Because it's like you have a right to be upset. It wasn't re-traumatizing you. It was just shaking you. Yeah, I had a lot of dreams about, okay, so you had a lot of dreams about England the past week. I want you to be making sure to be writing down all this stuff. Especially, listen, and this is often what we can start to pick up with past life stuff. If you find information there that you wouldn't typically have, that's a good sign that it's a past life and like memory reemerging, you know? Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Zoe. Yep, I'm actually not a fan. Okay, so, but again, this is potentially why, right? Like I need to point out there might be something about that scent that triggered this memory. So that's something to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is wonderful. Well, it's interesting that you brought up the tables. So the tables, the tables in the farmers market. The thing I want to describe about that is how do I describe this best? So and it's important because it sounds to me like it wasn't it was an empty, right? If it was an empty farmers market vibe, which is the space by which, right? Like it's not, it's the space by which another, like it's almost like the guide. And it's interesting too because it's like one of your guides coming through as your cat, like saying like, are you ready for what you're going to find there, right? Like a lot of that energy, like do you see, like I feel like all those steps before you got there was building you into the space of being energetically prepared, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff in the past life. Yeah, I mean, like it's saying to, there's some strong indications that there's a traumatic memory from the past life that you're still working through. Yeah, thank you, Per. I do my best. I mean, and I like to point out this is why I like doing dream work with clients because this is a perfect example of being able to see, like the context I'm getting from this dream was built upon the context that we were seeing in other dreams. It's easier when I can see that map. So we're like, we've got a bit of a dream map that's happening for you that makes it easier to be able to interpret the dream space. You can relate for 100%. Thank you as well, Zoe. Yeah, but I like to point out it's a good sign by which you are experiencing frustration, not feeling energetically re-triggered. Absolutely. The list is open, Erica, if you'd like to get it. And you have had that fear since childhood. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a stronger fear in childhood that you found a way to kind of work to overcome because we keep on getting strong indications as to where those memories are coming from. It was an interesting jingle. Yep. All right. So I'm going to read the list for those who are on it. And just a reminder, I've got 3 more spots today if you want to get on the list. The list we have right now is Bridget, Kat, Kath, Persimmon, Nikki, Stella. Oh, apologies. Wait, one more time. Bridget, Kath, Persimmon, Nikki, Julia, and Stella. And we've got 3 more spots. All right, we're going to continue right now. Second person on the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. How are you? It's in the disco. Thank you. All right, we're doing another dream. Oh, I love it. We're having a dreamy day. It's a dreamy day. Excellent. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list with a dream, you can either put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And if you are joining us, if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership also entitles you to access to that disco. I would like to be able to offer membership over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, friends. So if you are following me over on the place where we keep the videos, just give me a follow and comment followed, and I'll thank you with an affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, would still like an affirmation, just share this live with 3 friends and comment shared, and I'll be happy to give you an affirmation as well. It is not a sad, small dream. Stop talking about your dreams like that, Bridget. Okay. We're going to continue right now. And also, friends, we're at 86.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting another reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And what do we got here? Bridget, we're doing, before we get started on Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Well done, Nikki. Look at you go. Close calf. All right. It was not a small, sad dream. Okay. Outside tea, you know what it means when you've got a dream? We're going to use the dream coconut. Oh, that's a nice one. All right, let's get to it. Outside tea. I had a dream last night that really shook me. It brought up one of my biggest fears, losing my pet. She's been the love of my life for almost 13 years now, and over the past 4 years, I found myself thinking about that inevitable moment at least a couple of times a month. I think a lot of that comes from the losses I've experienced during the last few years. It's made me more aware of how fragile everything is. I know I'll be devastated when she's gone. That's something I've already come to terms with in a way, but last night felt different. I left her in Virginia while I was heading to see family, and I always feel uneasy being away from her for long periods. But in my dream, I went to visit her, and she was completely fine at first. Then suddenly she wasn't responding. I looked down at her throat and saw these objects lodged inside, things that were way too big, like she had swallowed them on purpose. I was trying desperately to get them out to help her and to save her. And then I realized I couldn't. And that's when I jolted awake. Got it. Mm-hmm. So the dream is a shadow work dream, but it's a shadow work dream that's coming from one of your guides. So it's also a pet reading. So this is effectively going to be half dream. And because you have to understand, some pets, like particularly cat energy. Cats are very good at moving between energetic like moving like dimensionally is the best way I can describe it. And often when I read into cat energy, there's a dimensionality there. And I have to stress this. Like sometimes when I'm doing readings for, and this is just something I've learned as a reader, and you'll probably know this too. Sometimes you'll notice when I'm giving pet readings to individuals, I'll articulate the fact that I see certain, I have to count the cats that are around them because I can't tell sometimes the difference between the cats that are in spirit and the cats that are in the terrestrial. Because the cats aren't really, like the cats don't really, like, they don't really take it too much into account to a certain extent. They're very, I like to describe their energy is very sinuous like that. Like I like to describe it as a sinuous energy, which means like when they move from one to the next, there's like almost no, there's no having to get used to it. There's no like integration. They're just like and the thing about it, and I'll also bring this up because, and it's interesting too. I've often done pet readings. When I've seen like, and this often happens. This has happened in spaces by which I've read for multiple pets, where there'll be a decision reached for a pet to cross over. And when I say there's been a decision reached for a pet to cross over, I mean that the pet or the animal guardian makes the energetic decision that their work would be better done if they were just in spirit entirely, right? I've had that modality by which I've read for a lot of that pet energy, where it's just like, yeah, like, and I often see that, and that's, and the thing about it, and this is what I mean about this being a pet reading, is because this is a reading that was given to you by one of your guides, and it was specifically given to you by the guide of your animal guardian, right? This is the animal guardian trying to prepare you for the inevitability of them crossing over. But there's something really important that you have to kind of remember in that, which is what was the quality by which you found them? What was the quality by which you found them? It was the quality by which you literally said, this is an old cat, right? That old cat knows better, right? That old cat knows better than to put something in its throat that it could not swallow, right? There's no context, right? And they're even articulating, there's no context by which this pet would do something like that, because they're articulating the fact that they're not that, like they're not that dumb is what they're basically articulating. they're like the only way they would do that is if it was intentional, right? If it was their energetic intent to try to cross over into spirit. And I feel like that's what they're trying to communicate to you through this dream, which is them trying to say, and I love this because this is the energy that cares about you, that's trying to convey to you the message to say, listen, right? They can feel the fact that you're carrying that fear about it, right? Because they're very good at picking up on your energy. And the modality by which they're saying, like, look, I know you're worried about this. Like, this is how they're communicating to you in the dream space, right? They're going, look, I know you're worried about this, but this is a message because they can't speak to you with words. They're trying to say to you in the dream space, look, I know you're worried about this, but I want you to understand, the day you find me like that, right? It's not something that's going to happen to them. It's something that they're going to decide, right? They don't see it, right? They don't feel like they're going to step, like I keep on saying, they're going to step over. And the moment that they step over, they're trying to communicate to you, say, remember, that was not something that's going to be their decision, right? I keep on hearing whatever form it takes is what they're articulating. And whatever form it takes, they're trying to articulate to say, remember, because of the dream space, that was their decision. Because the modality by which, like, it's not the fact that is going to happen anytime soon, but the reason by which they're trying to articulate to you to get the fear out of your head is what I keep on seeing. The reason that they're saying get that fear out of your head is the moment, because I feel like you're worried I feel like what they're trying to articulate to you is, I see that you're worried that something is going to happen to them, right? And they're basically trying to say to you, nothing happens to them. They're saying you get that out of your head this minute, right? They're basically saying you get that out of your head this minute, because they're basically saying, like, I feel like they're going like the audacity. They're going the audacity of you, right? The audacity of you assuming, right? That's a predator. Okay, that's a predator. And it is like I keep on seeing that there is a little bit of that energy by which, and it's funny too, because I told you I'm trying to do a dream reading, but it feels like it's a pet reading, because the pet that's coming through is going, the audacity, the absolute audacity that you have is what they're articulating upon the fact that you think that something could happen to them, is what I keep on getting. The audacity that you feel that there's something that they are not energetically prepared to navigate. I keep on hearing they're nice to you. They're nice to you, right? The fact that I keep on hearing they're baby to you. They're not baby. That energy is not baby. Maybe baby to you, but that's why they're baby to you, but not everybody. And they're articulating upon the fact that they're not baby to everybody, to say, right? And this is how they're energetically trying to communicate to you in the dream space. Because I see that energy saying, listen, like, the day is inevitable, right? They're saying that the day is inevitable, but the day that they choose, they're saying the day is inevitable, but remember that when that day inevitably arrives, it'll be their choice. It'll be nothing that happened to them. It'll be something that they have energetically chosen. And the modality by which they articulate that, I feel like even in the space by which they're bringing that forth to you, I feel like the communication, I keep wondering, don't let that be a dream of foreboding, but what the energy is trying to express in the dream space of saying that they have the autonomy, to choose when that time is. And they're just trying to reaffirm that you don't have to worry about something happening to them, because it's not, I keep wondering, nothing could happen to them, because the only energy that they're baby to, bottom of the deck, the only energy, they make the choice to be baby to you, is what I keep on getting. That energy is some fierce energy in there, is what I keep on hearing. Like that, it's like I keep on hearing they're just articulating they're baby to you. Baby to you, not to everybody, there is nothing, right? And I like to point this, I just need to point out, do you see the humor here as well? Do you see the card I'm holding? It's a 9 card on a cat, right? It's a 9 card. It's a 9 card on a cat, which is the space. The space by which it says, like, basically energy saying, I'm fine, right, is what I keep on seeing, right? But I keep on seeing them articulating upon the fact that they're even in the context by which they make that energetic choice. Like I keep on seeing it, it's the articulation of them understanding that they'll know that the time will be the time that is right for them, right? And I feel like the reason they're trying to articulate that is because they don't want you, right? They can already see the fact that you're feeling like that. But I feel like the space by which they're articulating, like the dream is supposed to show you the fact, like they're trying to communicate to you that they have the determination point, and that the determination point will be theirs, and not to get upset about anything that occurs. Because I keep on hearing like that's what the communication in the dream is, which is them saying, like, remember, it's there. Like when the day inevitably comes, remember, it will have been their decision, right? It's not something that will happen to them. It's like them making the decision to cross over. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message, even if not regardless, like they're saying, it's like the volition is the message that they were trying to communicate. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 99.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. And Erica, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. Comfort, thank you for the follow. Hacker, thank you for the follow. Today's my day. Today's going to be a great day. Oh, Nikki, I'm so glad I made you happy. Well done. Yes. I know it was sad. But I feel like that's what they were trying to tell you in the dream space, right? Yeah. No, and it's not a foreboding dream. I need to stress this. The dream is not a foreboding dream. The dream is them trying to communicate to you that when they inevitably pass, remember, it's going to be their choice. I know. No, but here's the thing, like they have no intention of going anywhere. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. And what they were effectively trying to communicate is being like, you have to understand, and I often get this, like it's something that specifically comes through, particularly when I'm reading for cat energy, which is the energy being it's like the body that feels like it's an energetic drag, which often is the energy being like, oh, this is like, it's the energy that's like, it's pesky, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing that they're articulating upon, which is the space by which they have no intention of going anywhere. But the only hard part will be the fact that you won't energetically see them the way that you're used to seeing them, you know? No, it is. I know. Yeah. I know her, like I feel like I see somebody. Like that's why they showed me, the 9, because they were basically saying they still got a good amount of spunk in them, right? Like that's what that 9 of wands in its reversal was showing, right? I love the fact, I need to point out the fact that the 9 of wands was the bottom of the deck. Like if the 9 of, I have to point out, if this was a cat and the 9 of wands was in its upright at the bottom of the deck when I was reading it, I'd be like, ruh-roh. I'd be like, if the 9 of wands was in its upright and I pulled it, I'd be like, oh. But they pulled it like it came out with the 9 of wands in its reversal, which is a pet going, I've still got, like chill out. It's the energy going, they've got a lot of spunk still left in them, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I know. No, it doesn't mean it's not about them wanting to leave, but I feel like they can feel your worry. And the dream is trying to communicate to you that you don't need to be worried about them, right? They're trying to communicate to you not to be worried about them, because what they're trying to say is when you find them when that when they're saying when that inevitable day comes, it will have been their choice. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I know, but like no, that literally, I'm saying the Bridget, I'm saying the opposite of that. Okay. I told you, the 9 of wands was in its reversal. I'm trying to explain this. I know. Yeah, like that's basically what they're trying to convey. They're saying you don't have to worry about it, but rest assured that when that day inevitably comes, they're trying to broadcast you because they see that you're worried about things happening to them. And they're saying it's not going to happen. Yeah. Yeah, baby to you, but not baby. Exactly. I know it didn't feel like a comforting dream. it's funny because I feel like I've got the pet going. I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Is what the energy. The energy's going like I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Is what they're articulating. Yeah, exactly. Hi there, Yaz. Yeah, no, it's a serious moment. Hmm. No, I know, but like I feel like they're articulating like that. I just keep on they're baby to you, but they're not baby. Yeah. No, she's not. I don't see this. I don't see that energy as sad when you're gone. Yeah. I mean, like they handle themselves. Like they miss you, but they get it. They understand that you're doing what you need to do, you know? I've also got oh, okay. Yeah, I've got some other information on that too. If you want to hold on a minute. 1 second. Yeah, oh, there it is. 1 sec. Yeah, they clever. They had I got another message. I looked down, there was a stray card on the floor. Hold on, I got to take a note for you. Do you have a book yet? Oh Lord. 1 sec. Yeah, I got it. 1 sec. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. All right, I want you to pay a lot of attention. Like screen cap this card, Bridget, because we're gonna talk about it in reference to your mentorship. Yep. Just take a screen cap of that. And let me know when you do. Yeah, it's really important. Okay. Thank you. Got it. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I want to make another note of that too. There's one other note I have to make. Hold on a moment. Okay, thank you. All right. Funny energy. All right. I just read your dream. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but it was coming directly from that energy. The dream was a message from that energy. Yeah, I know it's been emotional. Sending you support, dear. All right. Ooh, we got to 100K. We're gonna do another giveaway. Excellent. Grim, I have no idea what you're talking about. What is in relation to what? You have to be more specific. It just really just feels a little incongruous with the conversation we're having right now. But okay, let's proceed. What a book. The books come when the books are needed. Yeah, excellent. Oh, interesting. Oh, you're trying to read what I was writing? Oh, well, good luck, because even when you read my handwriting like regular, it's hard to read. will be very impressed if you can read my handwriting. I'm really glad that it helped calm you down. And we'll delve into that too when we're doing a private. Yeah, there's I feel like there's more to understand there. No, the page of cup. Well, because they're like, it's really interesting the fact that there was like another message that came through on it too. Yep. You'll have to turn your phone backwards. No, here's the thing, even when it's right-wise, it's very hard to read my handwriting. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kat. Kat, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. But before we continue, oh, okay. All right, we'll get clarification on what's going on there. No, not Kath. Kat. We got Kat and then Kath. Kat, K-A-T first. Yes, I will read the list and then we're going to do the 100K. The list we have is Kat, Kath, Persimmon, Nikki, Julia, Stella, and Erica. I got 2 more spots before the list will be closed. Okay. And we're going to do the 100K giveaway right now, my friends. So thank you guys so much. Before we continue, I am going to be thinking of a number. Let me think about it. I'm thinking of a number. And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list right now, you can also do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. We read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Yaz, you sent, dear? I will. Can you just confirm? Can you confirm the initial where you sent it? And I will confirm I received it. Thank you, Dada, for those gifts, dear. Ooh, thank you, Sasha, for those gifts as well. Never seen boxing gloves before. I'm really bad at sending gifts. I know I need to get better at that. Thank you for the help, Phoenix. I don't do legal either. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you, dear. I appreciate that. All right, let me just confirm Yaz, and then we'll do that giveaway. And also, just a reminder while we're waiting here, please keep in mind, friends, anybody who is interested or is a part of our tarot class program over on the Stack, please keep in mind our next tarot class, the date has been moved. It's going to be on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Excellent. All right. Let's continue right now. People get filtered. I can't see. I can't with these filters. Who got filtered? And Sasha, thank you for the follow. All right. So I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 61. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Must have picked a good one. but I saw it. Hold on a minute. Congratulations, Ivana. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 150K. In the meantime, if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me a minute. All right. I'm confirming it right now, dear. Yaz, I've got you on the list. Yaz, one moment. Yep, I got you. And I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get the energy in relationality to that situation. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Let's see here. And let me just pin up Kat. Guys, make sure to give Kat some love. Can I get a career rating, please? 3 cards. You know, the thing about it that I'm picking up on, I feel like I'm getting a lot of positive energy around it, but I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like there's something about like the space that you're going into in terms of recognizing or realizing that they're in some kind of dire straits is what I'm getting. And the hard part about it, I don't know why I'm picking up something here, but I see you entering something at a very tumultuous time is what I keep on seeing. Or something about a future that isn't certain is what I keep on getting. Because it's like, it's hard because like, it's like I see a lot of rockiness. You see, even as like I'm talking about it, like my like throat chakra is like jamming up a bit. Like I don't know why, but it's like I see somebody that's like got some kind of like major headache around something. And the headache I keep on seeing, like it feels like there's some kind of conflict. And the conflict, the conflict isn't, I keep on getting the conflict isn't necessarily related to you, but I keep on getting it's making something feel somewhat bittersweet is all I keep on seeing. And the way I'm defining, like the way I'm seeing this is like, I don't know if there's a partnership here, but I feel like I don't know why I keep on getting some kind of energy. And I just want to show you, like, between like the adder and the world card and its reversal, like this feels like some kind of partnership that's either like it's in the process of dissolving, or it's actively dissolving, or someone's trying to resolve something that puts some kind of partnership in jeopardy, is what I keep on getting. And then I feel like how do I describe this? So it feels very much, so I would say, like, I feel like there's like there's a positive, like there's a positive energy around something, but be ready and fortified for a hard conversation, because I keep on seeing somebody like almost trying to come towards you and say, like, look, I want to talk to you about this opportunity, but I also want to make sure that you're entering the opportunity with eyes open, is what I keep on getting. So like almost like somebody trying to tell you, like I almost feel like the best way I can describe what I'm seeing, I'll just give you the tableau of it, is I feel like there's something happening around something, and someone's trying to keep a lid on it, is what I keep on getting. Like I see the situation of someone like trying to keep a lid on something because they don't want to, I keep on getting, they don't want to upset others until, like, they don't want to upset others until, like, the concern, like, until the fear becomes an energetic reality, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's hard because I see the same situation where someone says to you, I need to tell you, is what I keep on seeing. But I can't have you tell anybody else. And the reason I keep on seeing them, and I want to, when you experience this, I want you to understand the reason why they're telling you that is because I keep on seeing that it's one thing, that's why I can describe what I'm seeing here, is it's one thing when energy is already invested in something, right? Like I see a situation by which energy is already invested. So to articulate something that is a concern to energy that's already there, I keep on seeing someone that says not wanting to create like some kind of, I keep wondering, not wanting to create some kind of feeling of unneeded duress, which is the modality by which another person tells somebody something that might happen and then doesn't, that then creates the space by which another person feels energetically uncertain about the future because that was a concern. But I see somebody, right? But I see the same person that has a lot of integrity wanting to tell you because you are effectively coming into something for the first time. So this is the situation by which I see somebody almost saying, like, I want to tell you something, but I'm going to tell you something that not everybody knows about, and I'm going to ask you to effectively be quiet about it. And I want you to understand that the nature by which, if that occurs, okay, what I want to prepare you for is, if that occurs, that isn't somebody, I keep on hearing, that isn't somebody trying to ask you to do something that is energetically, I keep wondering, it's not the fact that they're doing that to put you in an uncomfortable position, but I feel like that is, I want you to understand that that is the shape and the confirmation of someone who has a lot of integrity, because I keep on seeing the energy that has a lot of integrity is trying to act as healthy parent. And so I keep on saying the space by which they're acting as healthy parent is them basically saying, like, look, something might happen, right? And I'm not going to tell them, like, I'm not going to tell the energy that's in it, because I don't want to tell them something that might happen that might make them scared, and then it doesn't happen, and then it just feels like I've given them fear for no reason. But I almost see somebody articulating it to you and saying, I don't want you to come into something blindly, which is the space by which another person says, I don't want you to enter something without me telling you or preparing for a possibility, but then potentially at the same time asking you not to tell anybody for that exact reason. So this is just going to act as confirmation about, like I said, like some kind of bittersweet positive moment where someone says, like, look, I'm going to offer something to you, but I'm going to be real with you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, the guide's message on this is, remember, that is the most honest person. That is the most honest, caring person you will ever meet. Is that like that? If that is the shape by which this occurs, I want you to understand that that energy has your best interest at heart. Okay? And I know it's going to feel a little weird, is what I keep on saying, but the reason that the guides are showing me this is to help you understand the position, right? Do you understand the position that I see that this person is in, which is they're acting as caring parent, and caring parent basically stating, like, look, I don't want to tell them that, because if it doesn't happen, all I've done is put fear there that they don't need to have. But the space by which they say, I need to tell you because you're about to enter something, and I don't want to put you in a position with something that I'm not sure of. Remember, that is the most caring person you'll ever meet, because that's not the energy asking you to be shady for them. That is the energy that's saying, I'm taking a risk in telling you something because I care about your future, right? And the modal, and don't let that be something. If this happens, don't express that, because remember, that is a confidence. I keep wondering, that is a confidence they're giving you to show you how much how well they try to protect the people that they care about. Okay, thank you so much for having, and if that occurs, let this be the confirmation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, I feel like their fears are not going to be necessary, is what I keep on seeing. It's going to be resolved, but just let that, but I keep on saying, if that happens, remember that that person is incredibly trustworthy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through on that reading. Hi there, Alice. We're currently doing personal readings. We typically offer a free reading each day. We're a little short on time today, so we're sticking specifically to personal readings and 1-card readings for subscribers, but we should be back to offering a free reading starting tomorrow. If you want to get on the list, I've got 1 more spot available today. It's 3 cards for $29, and if you become a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you are entitled to a free reading every day with your paid membership. I hope that helps. Thank you. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, I would also like to offer that, but I need your help with that. I need to get to a certain level before I can offer memberships there. So if you guys can do me a favor and take a moment to give me a follow on the place where we keep the photos, and if you comment followed in the comments, I'll be happy to thank you by reading you an affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you are already following me there but would still like an affirmation, just share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I'll be happy to read you an affirmation as well. Just a moment. You were all wrong. I bet rams exist in the same environment. Nice stretch, Nikki. Billy, thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for the follow. Hank, thank you for the follow as well. It's a free world, Is it? Oh, and thank you, Sipster, for sharing the live. How you doing today, Gift? Hi there. The guides, like, I feel like the guides, I feel like the thing about it, and this is what I keep on seeing, the guides were showing me that because I feel like I keep on getting the message by which it feels weird for someone to tell you, offer you something, but tell you you have to keep a secret about something. Like, I feel like the guides were showing me that to help you understand that that is someone you can trust. So let that, again, if that occurs, let that be the confirmation that that person has your best interest at heart. Okay? Yep. Thank you as well, Ed. Hey there, Hank. How on earth did I stumble on this reading this second and you're spot on? Well, Elena, it's very common for these messages to effectively reach those who need them. The guides like to work in that way. So thank you if this message also connected to you as well. I'm getting chills in the best way possible. Thank you, dear. I know. I hope that happens soon. Sending you support, Kat. Thank you for the follow, Elena. Happy to read for you on that, Hank. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. Persimmon, you haven't missed your slot. You never miss your slot here. Even if you do, you get put on the hold list, and you just need to tell me the date you were put on the list, and I'll add you back to the list. Dawn, thank you for the follow. Excellent. And telepathic, thank you for the follow as well. Quinn, these are donation-based readings at the moment. We do offer 1 cards to subscribers. We will have a moment later in the live where we'll do that. But I have one more spot today if you'd like to get on the list. Classy, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, telepathic. Takara, did you win? Did you get on? Oh, if you give me the date, dear? I remember. And Hannah, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the first person read for tomorrow, and you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read before we start the daily collective. Super weird. No, you're welcome, dear. It happens a lot here. I'm glad that message reached you as well. And Hannah, you've got the last spot on the list. Marlene, thank you for the follow. Happy to read the list for you, Stella. For the list I have currently is Kath, Persimmon, Nikki, Julia, Stella, Erica, Yaz, and Hannah. And if anybody else wants to get on the list to be first to be read for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. And you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. 2B, I just need, Takara, I just need the date. Sweetheart, I just need the date that you won. It sounds to me like you won a 50K. Hold on, I'm just looking. If you give me the date, I can find you. But that's how we hold those readings. The list is closed today, but again, if you want to come back, if you want to get on a list for tomorrow, with that, I can put you first on the list. But I need to know the date that you want it. Okay? Perfect. I'm not sure. I won it was 2 Tuesdays ago. Okay, hold on. Remember the date next time. Okay? 2 Tuesdays ago, you guys. Come on. Help me help you. Help me help you. Okay? I got you. All right, I found you. Okay? All right, so Takara, I got you. I found you. The list is closed. But if you want, I can put you on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the first person read for, and you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Okay? Just let me know. I'll read the list one more time, Stella. The list we have right now is Kath, Persimmon, Nikki, Julia, Stella, Erica, Yaz, and Hannah. Okay? We needed to, okay, so, yeah, dear, I'm sorry, the list is closed today, but again, if you want to, so next Tuesday, so if you want to come back next Tuesday, you tell me, I'll be on. So I'm typically on Tuesdays, if it helps. I was on a little later today, but typically on Tuesdays, you'll find me here. We usually begin the live at about 10:15 Eastern, 7:15 a.m. Pacific. So all you need to do is hop on, or yeah, just hop on, and we'll usually takes us an hour. to do the daily collective, and then we get to personals. So once you hop on, you can be on the list and we can go from there. All right. Excellent. And thank you for checking back in. We found you again. And again, to help for your sake, when you come back, just tell me it was from March 24th. Okay? And we'll get you on that list. Okay. So again, if you want to pop back in, I should be this Friday, I'm going to be offline. So I won't be here this Friday, but I will be, but typically on Fridays I am available. I'm usually off about 1 day a week. So this week it's going to be on Friday. Yep. Okay. Excellent. All right. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading. And I'll be, and while we wait for Kath's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Highest priority guidance related to her career, whether I'll stay or start exploring. Well, again, I'm just going to reaffirm we never put our autonomy in the cards, so we don't look at the cards to tell us what to do. But let's continue to get clarification on what's going on for you in the career space right now. 4 cards. So the message I'm getting, and it feels very guide directed, which is you'll know, and I think we've talked about this, which is the space by which you'll know it's time to energetically go, is what I keep on getting in relation to, like, it's like, I like the fact that you've got a guide. I like the fact that you've got a guide around you that I'm like, we don't put our autonomy in the cards, but I like the fact that your guide is trying to get around it to a certain extent, right? Like, I love the fact that your guide's trying to get around it by being like we don't put our autonomy in the cards, but you'll know when to go, is what I keep on getting. Like the space, you've got this like guide being like giving you some indicators on and it's interesting too, because and I want to stress this, when I'm noticing is it's something about timing. There's something about, I feel like there's something about timing right now. And I feel like the timing on something is going to work. I feel like the timing on something is going to work in your favor. The difficulty, like the difficulty that I'm potentially seeing around something is, and I keep on getting this, I feel like I see this kind of energy. I don't know, I keep on hearing somebody say, I don't know where to put you. And it's interesting too, because I hear somebody saying, I don't know where to put you, but in a very loving way. is what I keep on getting. I don't know where to put you, but saying it in a profoundly loving way, because you're finding your niche is what I keep on getting. And when we're finding our niche, the space by which another person has a hard time placing us is often the space by which we know it's time to start something, is what I keep on hearing. Because, and I want to describe this, like, I feel like, I don't know if there's somebody, I don't know if there was some kind of teaching element in relationality to where you are, or energetically doing something. But I keep on getting, remember, you work really well with others. You work really well with others. And the modality by which another person articulates to you the fact that I keep on seeing, I feel like in the space of conflict, I see you doing a lot of work right now in meeting others or speaking to others or articulating to others what your energetic feelings are about something. And I see you getting stronger in that way. I see you getting, I feel like I see you getting your footing. And I keep on getting the state by which you and another person like look at each other and say exactly, like it's giving me some kind of alliance energy. And what's interesting, like what's interesting about alliance energy is you can't get anywhere with someone that does not see things the same way that you see them. You can't get anywhere with someone that does not have the same. You can't get anywhere with someone that does not have the same purpose as you. And so I feel like what's interesting is I would definitely think that you should be having as many conversations right now as possible with individuals who share your perspective on things, who share your methodology, and who share your frustration, is what I keep on getting. And individuals who share your frustration as it relates to shedding some kind of convention. I just keep on hearing, and it's like it's coming straight from a guide, having refreshing conversations with individuals that are ready to shed a tired convention, which is the modality by which another person isn't resistant upon change, or isn't, like, I keep on hearing, not the energy that's making accommodations because of perspective, but is leading the way in new perceptions, is all I keep on hearing. I want you to write those words down. Lead the way. You'll never, energy that's making accommodations is never breaking ground, right? Energy that's making accommodations begrudgingly is not the same energy that welcomes refreshing changes. It's the space by which another person does something begrudgingly that tells us everything we need to know about their own willingness to change. And so I feel like there's something important about that as well. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like there it is. Like I feel like, again, I see you moving away from some kind of archaic energy. And I need to stress the hard part with archaic energy, right? Like archaic energy will often be like, well, you know, we want to keep up, right? The energy that says we want to keep up appearances. I keep on hearing we want to keep up experiences often create, we want to keep up appearances create gag experiences, is what I keep on hearing. We want to keep up appearances creates gag experiences because it's the modality by which energy is too worried. I keep wondering, like, the state by which energy is too worried about another's opinion in order to do anything that needs to be done. So I feel like there's something very valuable and important there. And I keep on getting the context by which it's valuable and important is you finding a partnership that feels like a breath of fresh air. And I keep on seeing the breath of fresh air you're going to find is not somebody who is like, I keep on hearing like, not somebody who is slowly coming around, but somebody who is breaking new ground, is what I keep on hearing. Like, not somebody slowly coming around, but somebody breaking new ground, which is energy that says like whatever this was, like, not like somebody being like not the space by which you bring ideas to someone and they're like, oh, maybe, but the energy that says like, yes, I love that, let's do that. And I feel like that's why now is a good time for you to be having those conversations. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, because I feel like this feels like, I have to point out, you've got a lot of 5 energy here. So this feels like something that's potentially happening or coming around to you in this way within the span of the next 5 months. Thank you so much for, maybe even sooner, 5 weeks, 5 months is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed right now, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card, and you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I don't think you have to be worried about the timing. It feels like the timing is going to work really well for you. Yeah, I already thought about this one. When I'm thinking about my manager, I don't know where to put you. Yes, I tried so hard not to get into any conflict with others, but I also don't let them overstep my boundaries. Exactly. It's countable how many times I've heard find your niche and cat. It's coming up a lot. Yeah, thank you for confirmation. Heather, thank you for those heart me's. Guys, if you're on the clock app, please remember to recharge your heart me's. If you would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. Yep. Keep being who you are. Absolutely. Beautifully said, Takara. And Alke, thank you for the follow. I feel like you're surrounded by the archaic energy. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for encouragement as well, Per. Yeah, I need that breath of fresh air. You have nothing, you have nothing to worry about, like Takara, you have nothing to worry about. Like, it's okay. You can come claim the reading at any time as long as the list is open. All you need to do is next time you're here, just get on the list and you'll be added to it. Yeah. People to work for previous coworkers. It's feeling sooner rather than later, Kath. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today. What's going on, Persimmon? Oh my goodness. Look, Kath, Kelvin's here. Kelvin's here to solve all your problems. Guys, please do not private message. Don't private message individuals promising strange things. Persimmon, your cards are out. Oh, what a mess. No, it's okay. It's fine. We're going to figure it out. What is this? What's going on here, dude? Oh my gosh. Hold on a sec. All right. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay. Yeah, you saw them fly, right? It's fine. I got them out. All right, Persimmon, If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7. I need 5 minutes. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just saw a cat. I just lost it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the bear. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. All right. The next person, if Persimmon is not here, Nikki is next. I'm going to put, yep, I got it. Hold on. Got it. Yeah. It was close, Nikki. All right, Nikki, can you let me know? You did get the sound correct. I get it. I understand. Astara, the list is closed today. We'll be doing 1 card readings for superfans if you'd like to become a superfan, or if you want to get on the list today, you can be first tomorrow, which means you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, friends, we're at 124K likes. When we get, we're doing a dream. When we get to 150, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. And did you post the dream already? Thank you for the help, Kath. I'll take the W. All right, perfect. All right, and you know we're doing a dream. We know what that means. We got to bust out the dream coconut. Nice. Gasoline, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have priority. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Outside tea. Is this outside or inside tea, Nikki? Indeed, outside. Perfect. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Okay. Dream. I had this dream where I was on what felt like vacation, but it was actually set in my city with a bunch of girls from my past, childhood friends I've fallen out with, and some people from college I don't really talk to anymore. We were staying in a house near the water, and there was a beach down the street, but I remember thinking about this exclusive tennis club that also had beach access. One my ex was actually a member of in real life, and knowing we couldn't go there. So we ended up at a public beach instead. It was this lakefront setup with rows of lounge chairs, and everyone wanted to go swimming. But I felt weirdly self-conscious because my hair was in these messy buns I'd never actually wear out. I also felt like the group was being kind of exclusionary. Like I asked them to wait while I put sunscreen on, and they just left me behind. I was scrambling to find sunscreen, and for some reason, there was also a Mexican restaurant attached to the beach area with menus, and I remember thinking about getting a margarita. I asked a random family for sunscreen, and then eventually found some on one of the chairs. I kept stressing about putting it on because of my melasma and not wanting sun on my face. At some point, my ex showed up with my friends and immediately wanted to avoid him at all costs. I remember feeling anxious and going out of my way not to run into him. And then I went into the water, which was supposed to be a lake, but was actually a pool, which felt off in the dream. The whole time, I just felt uncomfortable, excluded, and not treated well by the group. When I woke up, I thought it may be pointing to why I'm no longer connected to some individuals, but I felt guilty that my ex showed up in my dream. I also noticed that none of the people who actually matter in my life right now, my partner, my close friends, or my family, were there, which made it feel like a past versus present kind of dream, but I'm unsure if there's a deeper meaning behind it. 4 cards, please. Mhm. Yep. It's a shadow work dream, and it's a shadow work dream related to honoring your feelings. We're going to start, and here's the thing that's important, right? um, Often as we're healing, our standards raise, right? And so what we're basically seeing in the dream space is like this is effectively a dream that's showing you how far that you've come. And we're going to start with the observation of where you find yourself, because you identified the fact that you are on what felt like a vacation, okay, with a bunch of girls from your past. So childhood friends that you've fallen out with, or some individuals, right? Individuals who are no longer in your life. And you said you were staying in it. And so we're going to get to the bottom as to why you are no longer potentially in connection with these individuals, okay? You're staying in a house. And the nice thing about it is the guides never tell us what to think. The guides show us things so that we can decide how we feel about them. Okay? So we see the fact that you're in a space by which you should be working through what should be identified as a leisure moment, or something by which you're able to find pleasure. Like that's what we do in vacation spaces. We just basically are able to enjoy our time together. Okay? And you identified the fact that you said that you were staying in a house near the water and there was a beach down the street. But you remember thinking about this exclusive tennis club that also had beach access, and one that your ex actually was a member of in real life, and knowing you couldn't go there. So you ended up going to the public beach instead. So and this is what I also like to point this out. Sometimes the guides bring up difficult situations from the past to help us build into orientation. So immediately, and what's interesting about this is the guides are already telling you that this is going to be a shadow work dream based upon the feeling of exclusivity. And we see that in the space by which, right, they utilize the recollection of putting you in a place next to a past partner who was working through, right, who had some kind of exclusive access to something, okay? You described the fact that there was a lakefront setup with rows of lounge chairs and that everyone wanted to go swimming. But you said it felt weirdly self-conscious because your hair was in these messy buns that you'd actually never wear out. And you also felt like the group was being kind of exclusionary, okay? Like you asked them to wait while you put sunscreen on, and they were just leaving you behind. Now I want to point something out. That's not exclusivity happening there. It's negligence. It's not exclusivity. It's negligence. And the reason we see that it's negligence is because, right, exclusivity is the space by which another individual articulates upon the fact that only certain individuals can have access to an energetic experience, right? That is what exclusivity would be. But this isn't this, and this is the thing about it. The fact that you describe them as exclusivity is trying to hide the fact that that activity, that action is actually negligent and cruel, right? That you are not necessarily, you are doing something that was energetically necessary, right? The modality by which there was something that you had to do, and it's not even something, putting on sunscreen is not something that is wasting time or something that you're doing that is exclusive. It's something that is necessary. So the modality by which you are doing something to protect yourself, right? We're trying to put some caution towards things, and energy leaving you behind in the process. We're starting to get to the bottom as to why those energetic connections may have reached their endpoint. Because I like to point this out, when energy is being reckless, right? I wouldn't be surprised if these were situations by which you used to do things with them recklessly, and the space by which you lost connection with them, because when you started being more careful, it made it feel like they started excluding you from things, right? Because the care was you moving into a maturation process. So the space by which you started to be more careful and then you felt excluded is a recognition point of the fact that reckless energy is often negligent of reason, and the space by which you were doing the reasonable thing, right? And energy effectively said, why are you being such a drag, right? Or the space by which they would not be patient for you to take care of yourself, right? It almost shows you the fact that you are healing from some kind of crowd mentality or peer pressure or energy that just did things because others were doing them, not taking consideration towards how individuals might feel about things. You then described the fact that you said you were scrambling to find your sunscreen. And for some reason, there was a restaurant that was attached to the beach area with menus. And you remember thinking about getting a margarita. And you asked a random family for sunscreen and then eventually found some on one of the chairs. And you kept stressing about putting it on because you had a condition and you didn't want to get sun on your face, right? So here we see, right, and this is the modality by which we understand and recognize the fact that you effectively made peace with moving towards being solitary, right? You didn't stop taking care of yourself in the wake of energy that basically articulated the fact that they were going to abandon you if you made better choices, but you just made do, right? You made the best out of the experience. That even in the space by which you noticed that there was somewhere that you could get a drink, right? This is also a continuation of your maturation process because, right, you didn't decide, you didn't say to yourself, right, oh, I'm going to put my sunscreen on and then try to chase after the energy to keep up, right? It's a space by which you're like, you're going to make the best of the situation and effectively enjoy yourself. And this is potentially showing you, right, where your independence came from. Because often, right, this is often what happens. Sometimes we're hyper independent naturally, right? Some of us come here, some of us arrive here and we're just hyper independent, right? Some of us are nurtured into our hyper independence, right? The modality by which our hyper independence is not something that we were inclined to, but something about making the best of situations by which we recognize that others were not inclined to take care of us. So we see that these are the guides that are basically showing us the shape of where your hyper independent tendencies may have sprung from, because in the modality by which you learned potentially early on that taking care of yourself was going to result in you being abandoned, right? You started to heal with hyper independence, which is the space by which you weren't looking for energy to encourage and improve you taking care of yourself, but you started to nurture yourself in ways by which you were finding the ability, right, to take care of yourself because it was energetically necessary. You then described the fact that you said your ex showed up with friends and immediately you wanted to avoid them at all costs. and you remember feeling anxious and going out of your way not to run into them. And then you went into the water, which was supposed to be a lake, but was actually a pool, which felt off in the dream. And so what are we effectively identifying in relationality to I seeing the ex with the friends? The modality by which, again, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a situation by which that also occurred. The space by which you had to potentially move away from a relationship, from somebody that was trying to make you abandon the care of the self in order of being in connection with them, right? So the modality by which you potentially saw that individual with their friends and you had to work to avoid them at all cost was a continuation of the space by which you are continuing to take care of yourself, right? Because it's the modality by which, and this is what's interesting about that. When we talked about the energetic exclusivity, right? We saw that even in the space by which the proximity, right? The proximity of you being in that locationality that was already triggering to you was in some way, shape, or form. The reason that you chose to be there was for those same friends that immediately abandoned you when you got there. So this is actually showing the fact of the double cruelty in some of those circumstances or situations, because it's a modality by which, especially if your friends knew the proximity of the discomfort and the choice of being in that location, on top of the fact that in the space by which you needed to put on sunscreen, they abandoned you. It shows how you were hurt twice, because not only did they abandon you because they were being more reckless than you, right? And they wouldn't prioritize you doing what was necessary to care for yourself, but the space by which they recognized that they were already had you in an uncomfortable situation by which you were tolerating the proximity to someone who'd hurt you, to be in proximity to them. This is the guide showing you how energetically cruel that is, because it's not just the cruelty of them prioritizing their fun over the care for yourself, but also the modality of not caring about putting you in a dire situation, the possibility of that occurring, and them not wanting to be there to support you, but leaving you effectively energetically abandoned as they did whatever they desired to do. So this is what we see about you having to work on two fronts through energetically reckless energy. The reckless energy that would effectively abandon you in the space by which they knew that you were already in a very triggering location, as well as having to navigate the space that they effectively left you, right? Not only did they leave you because you were prioritizing yourself, but they left you in a space by which that could happen. And so then you said you went into the water, which was supposed to be a lake, but actually was a pool, and it felt off in the dream because the water you would find would be true friendship, right? The water you would find would be true empathy, because it's the space by which another is able to contain the depth of your feelings. So the modality by which you said that you thought you were going to water, but you found it was a pool, was learning about the friendships that were actually not true friendships, right? The friendships that potentially were the surface level, right? The surface level friendship that effectively articulates, right, the friendliness in doing things together, but not the depth of emotion that is entailed upon true connection. Because that is why the articulation of the last point by which you identified and said, I thought it was a lake, but it turned out to be a pool, was the energy by which you thought that they cared about you. But then from their actions, it became very clear that the only context by which they cared about you was being able to do fun things with you, rather than actually caring about how you feel about things or the space of taking care of yourself. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the tower, right? You identified the fact that at the end of the reading, you said you felt uncomfortable, excluded, and not treated well by the group. That's because you were, right? That's because you were. Those are all valid feelings. And you said when you woke up, you thought it was maybe pointing to why you're no longer connected. Yes, correct, right? Sometimes the guides show us our feelings to show the fact that they may be unreasonable. But the modality of feeling all of those things, those are all reasonable things to feel in the context of the dream. In relationality, you feeling guilty that your ex is showing up in the dream space, I want to point out the ex showing up is actually, and I want to point this out, I know it's going to sound a little wild, the unhealed ex serves as guide in this dream space because it's the catalyst of understanding that that is the source of pain, right? So when you understand, right, literally your friends brought you to a place on vacation where they knew the source of pain was residing, okay? So this is the space by which you say, look at your friends who bring you to where the source of pain is, right? And then articulate the fact that they'll be there to help you through it. But then the minute you started taking care of yourself, they abandon you, and then who shows up? The source of pain. When we care about each other, we try to avoid putting each other in painful situations. So in this way, right, the unhealed ex acts in service in the dream space because it's showing you the source of pain in the unhealed friendships that don't care about the fact that they're putting you in harm's way. Thank you so much. So you shouldn't feel bad about that or guilty because the guides are doing that not to trigger feelings, but to help you see with clarity where the source of pain presently resides in your current experience. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, the list is open. The list is closed today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Oh, you haven't been here for a dream reading before? Oh, I hope you enjoyed it, Takara. Oh, thank you, Per. More tequila. Mean Girls. Yeah, it's also weird that it was no, but I think that the space by which you articulated that, it's because you're on it's foreign territory, right? Like it's having to work on it's working into it's an analogy on foreign territory, which is working through or learning something new that you didn't expect or find there. Yeah, more shadow work. Yeah, putting myself first and not fitting into the crowd mentality. Bad behavior and toxic behavior and not wanting to be a part of it. Exactly. I could just not be a part of the groups where everyone talks behind each other's backs. Tap to claim. Completely. My past partner did want me to abandon a lot of self-confidence and assertiveness. Auntie, I need you to be a little bit more specific on what you're asking about. You are facing them because, yeah, because I mean, the guides were effectively in the space of saying, like, the guides were trying to show you that it's okay to feel the way that you do, right? Because that's like, it's the validation of the feeling that is articulated by the guides, like this is a shadow work. And in the space by which the X is showing up as a shadow work serves the purpose of helping you heal because it's understanding the source of harm, right? You had to lose a lot of friends. You see that, but it was necessary, sending you so much support on that journey. Their friends even said you understood why. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. And they didn't blame you. Oh, thank you as well, Ed. It's messed up. It's hard to lose. But this is, and here's the thing about it, right? The understanding and the recognition of others, like making something harder when it doesn't need to be, you know? And Cher, thank you for the follow. It's sad whenever I see them, they're nice, but they chose. I understood, dear. Yeah. They were aware of the reasoning. Well, and I feel like the reason the guides are bringing this up in the dream space is to help you heal it and to show you the full force of what it is that you're healing from. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I know these readings can sometimes be triggering. Ugh, sending you so much support, Nikki. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. Thank you again for sharing that dream with me, and I hope this helps you on your healing journey. The next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Persimmon. If Persimmon isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody, and as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. You're so welcome, dear. All right, if Persimmon isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I've already got 2 of your cards out. And while we wait for Julia's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8. Yes, you, Julia. 7. You won the 50K. Oh, I'm really, actually, apologies. Hold on. Oh, yeah, because the 50K is tomorrow. Yeah, I got confused. Okay, my mistake. Yeah, sorry. You aren't on the list for today. The next person on the list for today is Erica. No, it's Stella. Sorry. Stella, you're the next person on the list. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Stella, we're going to count back from 10. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Nikki. Well done. All right, second call for Stella. Second call for Stella. Second call for Persimmon and Stella. If Persimmon and Stella are not here, the next person on the list for today is Erica. There we go. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You are on a roll today, Nikki. What is up with the 7? It's pretty cool. All right. All right, second call right now. Second call right now for Persimmon. Second call for Stella. Second call for Erica. All right, if Persimmon, Stella, or Erica is not here, the next person on the list today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, Yaz. How you doing today, dear? And absolutely. What is happening? Yes, what are we reading for today, dear? I think it's on. Did you post it on? I think you posted it, didn't you? Man. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm assuming this is inside tea. Yes, inside tea. I got you. All right, I need a minute to read this. While we wait. Oh. Good Lord. Hearth warmer while we wait. What do you define as what is your safe space? Oh, it's freezing. Cold. All right. I gotcha. Okay. Two more. I mean, oil and water, man. What do you want me to say? It's like, um, here's the thing about it. Um, I think that the thing about, like, I feel like this is, I think there's something important there. Like, I see somebody, I mean, do you want me, I have to, like, I've got a split reading here, you know? And the reason I've got a split reading is because, um, I see, two energies that care about each other profoundly. But I also see the fact that, like, how do I describe this? Um, the 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 identification point of how they perceive things is very, very different, is what I'm observing. And I feel like that is where some kind of anxiety is springing forth from. I feel like it's going to be fine. I think the hard part about it, um, I'm picking up on somebody who's got, I'm picking up on somebody who is, how do I describe this? Um, like the word that I keep on getting is like, well, this is the best. Okay, this is the best way I can describe what I'm seeing, which is sometimes when someone's super mystical, it can creep someone out. Is the way is the best way is the best way I can describe it. Okay, because what reassures one person, okay, what is reassuring to one, and this is why we say, right, when we say take it as it resonates, okay, when we say take it, like, take it as it resonates, is the understanding of saying we don't force things, right? We don't force things down each other's throat, because something that could deeply reassure me, right, something that could definitely, like, create, like the space by which something can energetically reassure me could have another person quaking in their boots. Okay. Another person, one person's like, I am reassured. Another person being like, I'm glad you're reassured. I am terrified. It's like that. Okay. It's like, and I feel like, right, I feel like there's something, and that's what I feel like there's something a little bit energetically different in relationality to, and I keep on seeing very similar but very different in some way. And I keep on getting that the differentiation point has to do with, I keep on seeing, like, and I'll show you these cards because they're not that far apart, but the difference can sometimes create, like, can often create an argumentation zone, is what I keep on seeing. Because here's the energy of your mother, right? And this is like, this is giving me, like, I feel like this is something I'm seeing in relationality to, like I see somebody that often works through the space by which their emotions, like it doesn't necessarily have to do with how they feel about things, right? I almost see somebody who's got like, who takes a very logical approach to their emotions, is what I'm getting. And somebody taking a logical, someone taking a logical approach to their emotions will often be, I don't know if they've got Virgo placements here, but I'm almost reading for somebody who says an emotion, like an emotion that is not helpful, is an emotion that they're trying to alleviate themselves of, which is a modality by which they don't dwell on things that don't feel like they're productive or healthy. And I see another person here. I feel like I see other energy, and I keep wondering, like, this is the difference of conversation between them, which is somebody who wants, right? Somebody who, I keep wondering, like somebody who likes to talk through things. Somebody who likes to talk through all of it. Like, especially, I keep wondering, especially, like, I keep wondering somebody else being like hard part first, right? So this is what I keep on getting as it relates to some kind of energetic conflict point that may be occurring in terms of something, which is a modality of another person who, the modality of someone who works through emotions and being like, that's not helpful, right? Like, that's not helpful. Versus another person that likes to give, like I keep on seeing, like their love language is telling everybody everything, is what I keep on seeing, like the space by which, like I keep on seeing like somebody who effectively like just like processes things, like someone who's an external processor who processes things through talking, right? Like, and so I feel like this is like, I feel like this, in a way that the positive about this is you, is what I keep on getting, because you're the glue, is what I keep on you're the energetic glue that we're potentially seeing here. And I feel like the beauty about that is, I feel like I feel like in a way, them coming is going to be profoundly healing, because I see that, I feel like I almost see you kind of helping to energetically mediate between them, as it were, which is often the space, like it's a space, I keep on hearing like you say to each other, like I almost feel like it's you having to become parent between them, is what I keep on seeing, which is you almost saying like, listen, you know, I feel like it's like, I feel like it's almost interesting, because I feel like it's a space by which you might like actually, like I feel like it's a space by which I might actually see you seeing a side of your mother that you haven't seen before, because I almost feel like it's the energy, like I can almost see, I feel like I almost feel like there's some kind of situation by which you have to be like, you have to act as like, I just keep on seeing you being like, you know, you're like, you're right and you're right, right? Like the space by which you help them communicate better is what's beautiful, because I can see the fact that, like I can almost see you saying to someone, like, you know, you, like sometimes taking an emotion that isn't helpful and throwing it away means you're avoiding something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like you saying to another person, you know, like helping them understand. Like I feel like if anything, you're more patient with them, right? And so I feel like I keep on hearing they delight in your patience. So the ability of another person to see like a different way to communicate, or like being more, I keep wondering, being more patient with them or explaining things, Like I keep on getting, it feels like it's going to be a profound healing moment, specifically because you're showing them different ways that they can communicate with each other via the way that you communicate with them individually. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, today is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means 1 minute. Which means that if hold on a moment. You'll have priority, which means if you'll be read before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Stella, we were looking for you. You're next. Hold on a moment. Auntie, thank you for the follow. Oh, Takara, glad you're comfortable. Hi, Yaz. Yep. I feel like the kid at the end of the line being passed to the front. But I feel like in a way it was I feel like it was related to the reading. Oh, that's your safe space, Takara. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Oh, that sounds really nice, Nikki. My safe space, my house. I love that. That too. Absolutely. Yeah, that's amazing, Nikki. You're on a roll today. Eric, okay, so I'm going to read the list for those waiting. The list we have right now, I'm still looking for, I'm looking Persimmon, Stella, Erica, and Hannah. And for anybody waiting for a 1 card, we've got 4 more reads before we get started on 1 card. So in about 40 minutes. Yeah, it depends on who's asking. I feel so heavy, like no one was supposed to feel better. Help you feel better. I feel like the idea of mortality reassures me, whereas some people might feel freaked out by it. That's what I keep on getting, right? I feel like that's like there was something about that. Yeah. Yeah, she often sees her emotions as being impractical. And I like to speak on things openly. So because I feel like she suppresses a lot. This sounds like it. And Michelle, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm definitely the person people come to process things. Yeah, exactly. And thank you, Nix, for the follow. It's a fact, it's you in context with their energy, is what I keep on saying. Strega, absolutely not. Thank you. Love your life. Okay. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, it will go well. I almost feel like you're helping to shepherd them through it in some way, energetically. Like I feel like you're gonna be some kind of grounding force on that trip. Like whether you're present or whether you're present or not. I don't see anything to fear there. No. You're so welcome. So I need to step away for a moment before we continue. So I will be back in just a second and we'll continue the readings. The next person on the list right now is Stella. So Stella, if you could let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question. Also, friends, we're at 140. Yeah, exactly. Love your life streak. That's a good church. We're at 146K likes. When we get to 150, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. If you're joining us on the clock app, we'll get to 150K in no time. How are you doing today, Opalescent Tara? Welcome. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you for letting me know, dear. Okay, 1 second. Just give me a minute. All right, where were we? Oh, I will get it. I'm actually in the process of changing it. That's the only reason I haven't provided it to you yet. I'm trying to get it moved. I need to do that this week. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Excellent. All right, and so I just need a moment. Bum, bum, bum. Where are we? Okay, I'm going to need a moment to read over what was sent. There's some sensitive information here, so it's inside tea. Before and as we wait, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer. Who has been your greatest teacher? All right, one moment. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, thank you so much for the lovely photo. I appreciate that. Okay. Um, I mean, reading over this, is this inside tea or outside tea? Are you comfortable with me sharing this information? Because we're basically doing a pet reading, but it's entirely up to you if you're comfortable with me sharing the information or not. Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. So we are doing a pet reading. Okay, and it is in relationality to a childhood pet was actually a horse. Um, so this was let me just reach over here. Let me see where we can start this. Okay. So I found my previous horse when you were about 14 years old. You had a pony before, but you'd grown too tall, so you started looking for a larger one. You traveled all over for more than half a year, but couldn't afford to find the right one. With horses, it's like a wand. Your feeling just has to be right. And after some time, your aunt, who had a horse farm, informed you that they'd heard about a horse for sale in a neighboring village, and it was actually a show jumping horse, and you were a dressage rider. And they said, just try it anyway. So you went there with your mother to try this horse. You got on and everything felt right. Choosing a horse, as you mentioned, has to be based on feeling, simply has to match. And that's exactly how it felt when you sat with this horse. It was even though it was a show jumping horse and you were a dressage rider, everything just fit. Even your mom had tears in their eyes. We bought that horse and you brought them home. Your aunt said they believed that you would ride many show jumping competitions with them, and you didn't really believe it at the time. but they basically predicted it. And you started jumping with them and got quick placements. And after years of training, you won bigger competitions with them. You had such a deep connection with this animal. At one point, you told them that you would let them stay out in the pasture for a whole week if you would win another competition with them that weekend. It was like a silent deal between you and this animal. And it actually happened exactly like that. People from the outside thought I was crazy. You were crazy because you didn't train the whole week leading up to that competition. But instead, you let them out in the pasture every day and brought them carrots so that they could relax. And on the weekend, you won. Completely crazy, and you were about 16 at the time. At some point, your trainer wanted to sell one of their horses and suddenly started talking badly about yours. And they said that your horse's leg would get worse and that riding them would probably become more difficult. And that did happen. Their leg did get worse, and you also started to lose motivation to ride because it is such an expensive hobby. So you went back to your aunt's stable, the same aunt who had helped you find them. You found a new buyer and you even told them about the leg injury. The buyer immediately fell in love with the horse and bought them. They even competed in some further jumping events with them, and everything seemed fine at first. But later the leg got worse, and they told you that they had sold them to another family who would keep them as a companion for light riding. I hope that was the case. You hope that was the case, and sometimes you're concerned that they might have ended up in a worse predicament. But to this day, you still think about them, and that you had to sell them back. You're very grateful that you were able to have this animal in your life and the memories that you shared together. And you say you don't really know how pet readings work, but maybe I could do my best to tune into them. I'll be happy to do so. I can definitely communicate to them how you care about them in terms of everything you've experienced. Can I please get, and especially with the little deal that came back when they carried you through those competitions. 4 cards, please. You know, the thing I'm seeing about this is they're articulating to me that they actually came to you at a time to help you understand and recognize, to build more confidence in yourself. And I think that this is really important. And I think that there's something very important in relationality to what I'm seeing here too. Because I have to point out the space by which the intuitive connection that you had with this creature, based upon the attenuation in terms of the fact that they weren't necessarily trained to do what you were expecting to do with them. I think the thing that you're not being respective of is what a good teacher you are. Because I keep on seeing, it's interesting because I know, like, the message I'm getting through on this is the energy articulating their gratitude in your patience in relationality to them getting used to something, is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting as well because And I got to stress this. There's something else that I'm seeing here that's important, because I see the fact that I feel like prior to them coming to you, they were rejected for something, is what I keep on getting. I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I feel like somebody did not stress the significance of you taking on, they're describing you as their deliverance, which is, I don't think somebody was completely honest with you in terms of what was going on at the time that you chose to take that horse off of someone's hands. Because I keep on seeing a situation by which another person is trying to articulate to me that they had been rejected for something, and somebody was trying, like somebody was trying to have someone get rid of of them, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing a conversation by which someone's trying to articulate about someone not being, like, not desiring them or being of use to them. And so I keep on hearing, I don't think you realize the dire situation that they were in when you found them. Because I kept on hearing before you arrived, there was a conversation about somebody that was trying to come by to take them off their hands. And somebody basically, I keep on seeing the space by which another person reached out to you and said, I would like to show you them. I don't think you realize, I keep on hearing they were describing you as their deliverance, because I think that I feel like there was some kind of conversation about that energy being put down, specifically because they had been rejected for something, and another person was trying to convince the person that had them that they weren't worth the expense, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on getting the fact that even in the context of that, like I know that you're trying to say thank you to them, but they're trying to extend thank you to you, because I keep on hearing you gave them. I keep on hearing you gave them a profound extension, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on getting that the space by which even like I keep on hearing, like, the intuitive connection between you both was true. And I don't know what happened when you first picked them. I feel like they tried to communicate something about that to you when they first met you. I don't know why they keep on bringing me back to that first meeting, which is like, I don't know if you could tell the tension, but they keep on identifying the fact that there was some kind of tension in the air that first time, where another person was trying. I keep wondering, somebody was trying to make it seem like oh, like, not a big deal, but I keep on hearing their life was in the balance, is what I keep on getting. If you notice the tension, they're affirming it by saying that they were trying to offer something to you casually, but their life was actually in the balance at that moment, because if you had not said yes, there was a good chance that there wouldn't be much more life after that determination. So I feel like they're trying to reaffirm the fact that they had, like, a psychic connection with you in that way, by bringing you back to that point and saying, if you remember the tension in the air, or it seemed like there was tension that others weren't communicating to you, that is what they're trying to reaffirm, to let you know that is something that is true, because that was like the situation. They keep on saying the situation was dire. They just weren't telling you that was the case. I keep on. They're saying the situation was dire, and then you turn them into fire, which is which is the space by which another person was ready to, leave them on the side, and then suddenly they became highly desired. I also keep on seeing somebody was trying to articulate to you that, like, I keep wondering the space by which the thing about it, I just got to point this out. I keep on seeing someone poking something into a leg, which is the space by which another person is like, I keep on seeing somebody being like, or articulating upon somebody being like, this isn't like, oh look, something like I keep on seeing someone go like this and then going, oh look, something's wrong with their leg, is what I keep on getting, right? Like I keep on getting something like that, which is the identification point of someone who potentially was trying to make something look worse because they wanted them. So I just keep on I don't know why, but they keep on showing me someone who's like, again, like, oh look, something's wrong with their leg. You know, like there's a lot of that. So again, if you are feeling some kind of suspicion about that, especially confirmed by when they got away from that person, they were fine. Like I literally, they're confirming that as well, because I see somebody who's like going like this around them, which means like, you know, I keep on like they're saying they're saying that was true too. Like they were trying to tell you that something was wrong with them because I just keep on seeing somebody like holding a lot of money, or the space by which another person was trying to articulate that they were trying to take them off your hands, but they wanted to fill their hands with money. So they're really grateful that you did not give that to that person, because I feel like they're trying to tell me that they were communicating that to you as well. They were fine. They went to I keep on hearing they went to a sacred space. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like, and that's why I keep on hearing they called you their they keep on, they're not calling you by your name. They keep on calling you deliverance, which is the modality by which they keep on articulating the fact that not once but twice. I keep on hearing not once but twice you saved them, is what I keep on getting. They're saying the first time, because they're going like this, because they're going the first time, it was the space by which they didn't tell you how dire the situation was. And the second one was getting them away. I keep on hearing getting away from that. I keep on hearing getting away from that person that kept hitting their leg in some way and saying, oh, look, they're not worth anything. So they're saying, like, again, they're thanking you and saying that, like, that you saved them. Like, you saved them from a dire experience. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, and again, if in terms of like doubting the connection you had, if anything I just said about those experiences you had this suspicion of at the time, let this serve as confirmation, because they're giving me confirmation upon the fact that they were trying to broadcast that to you as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list tomorrow and you'll have first priority. Yeah, my hands are itching, which is like, it was all about a money thing. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Oh, we are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed today, but if you get on the list tomorrow, you'll have first priority before we start the daily collective. Also, when we get to, we got to 150K, which means we'll do another giveaway. Okay, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, creative, I'm sending you so much support, dear. The list is closed today, but I'm hoping that maybe something that you find in these readings helps you. Make sure that you're taking time for yourself right now. Just bear with me a moment. Hi there, Hannah. How you doing today? Yes, if it's any consolation, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Like I feel like the hard part about it, like I feel like it's more just somebody, like I feel like I see somebody that's very much like I'm like not wanting to change, like it's like digging in heels kind of energy, if that makes sense, you know? You're so welcome, Yaz. Yeah. She's making t-shirts. That's such a Bridget thing to do. Yes, exhausting sometimes to play the perpetual therapist. I get it, but I feel like it's gonna help. Mm-hmm. I've got you, dear. It was a very beautiful reading. Hi there, VJ. List is closed today. What we are going to get started on one card readings for super fans and paid subscribers over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you would like a one card reading, you can make sure to become a super fan if you're joining us over on the Clock app, or a paid subscriber over on the place where we keep the videos. I would like to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos, but I need more followers there. So if anybody who's following me over on the place where we keep the photos, if you want to give me a follow and comment followed, I will say thank you by reading you an affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you would like, if you're already following me there and would still like an affirmation, you can share this live with 3 friends and comment share, and I'll be happy to give you one as well. Yeah, they were actually rejected. Oh, so that I heard of that. They weren't telling you how serious it was. Like that was supposed to be their endpoint. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mary. I appreciate you. Yeah, I was really scared of show jumping, but not with them. No, they weren't going to let you down. You saved their life. I keep on getting. Hi there, Sophie. The list is closed today, but we are going to be doing one card readings for super fans if you'd like to have a one card pull today. Hi there, Amatria. I'm afraid I can't. Oh, I'm doing well today. How are you doing? Thank you for translating. I feel like I'm always like, thank you. I appreciate the translation. Yep, absolutely, Stella. Oh, I thank you for being here, receiving these messages, dear. Yep, excellent. Yeah, I feel that with you felt like that with the leg. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah, I got so angry. Well, again, if you felt like that, they're sending me confirmation on that. It lightens my heart. Wow, you're getting filtered, Nikki? I don't know why you're getting filtered. Yanette, the list is closed today, but we are going to get started on one card readings in we've got 2 more readings, and then we're going to get started on one cards. There's no availability tonight. Today is closed, Wild, but if you want to get on tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means if you pay today, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. You won't have to wait till the daily collective's over to be read for. Mm-hmm. Okay, where were we? I'm freezing? Am I freezing for others? You're so welcome, Stella. And thank you for allowing me to read into that energy. It's very beautiful. And thank you, Modelo. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Thank you for those heart me's, Esteban. Good to see you today. Excellent. So, Modelo, you might want to leave the live and come back to see if the freezing. I don't think it's happening. I think you're the only one commenting about it. So you might have to just step out and step back in. I've never heard that advertisement. I must find this. You gotta go put it over on the disco. Okay. Thank you, Kath. I like your response now. I was freezing for a bit. Okay. Guys, please remember not to privately message people promising strange things. Yep. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is we are looking for. I'm still looking for Persimmon. If Persimmon's not here, Erica's the next person. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while Erica, hold on, pause on that. Before we do so, let's do the 150K giveaway. Okay, I am thinking of a number. I'm thinking of a number right now between. . I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 49. First person I see that post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, pause. Hold on a minute. Confirming. I've seen the number, so you can stop. I'm just confirming to make sure it was the first time I saw it. Yep, Hannah, congratulations. You got it. We'll do that again after the next reading. I mean, not after the next reading. We'll do that again if we get to 200K likes, okay? Let's cool it down here, okay? All right, and just bear with me a moment. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate it. And for anybody waiting, we've got 2 readings left before we get into one card before we get into one card readings. So thank you for your patience today. And I'm going to pin up. We got Erica here. I sent you a message with my question inside T. I appreciate it, Erica. Where did you send it? Did you email me? Okay, 1 second. Hold on a minute. A minute. Okay. Where were we? Let's see here. 1 second. Where'd you send it, dear? I'm just trying to see where you sent it. No, Achuka, we don't do joins here, and I'm actually going to proceed to mute you because it's really rude to continue to post the same thing over and over again. Please go to my main page and see the rules. I've got my rules of engagement pinned up. Please repeating the same comment over and over will get you muted. Thank you. Oh, thank you for letting me know, dear. Okay. Hold on a minute, just pulling up your question. Gotta bear with me a second. It's always a little bit, so just a reminder, it's a little bit challenging when you guys send me the messages while I'm on the live. So let's be conscientious about that. Just bear with me a second. Let me see what I can do here. Yep, I got them up. Good. I got you. Okay, cool. I found it. Okay, so it looks to me, is this this is inside T, right? It's an inside T dream reading? Yeah, you get a reading and you get a reading. Is this inside or outside T? Okay, so inside T. Okay, 1 moment. So I just need a moment, friends. Hearth warmer while I read. Describe something that you first thought was a loss, but ultimately was a blessing. Hi there, Bird. The list is closed today. Those who become paid members always are entitled to a free 1 card reading each day. We're going to be starting those free 1 card readings after the next 2 readings. So if you'd like to become a paid member there, I'll be happy to draw a card from you when it's time for the free readings. Okay. Oh. I've got you, dear. Okay. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Erica here. Guys, make sure to give Erica some love. Can I get 4 cards on the stream, please? So I will have to reveal some aspects of the dream in order to effectively describe the dream. So as long as you're comfortable with that, and before we continue, let's utilize the dream coconut. So it's a karmic dream. And the hard part with karmic dreams, and I like to point this out, sometimes we have karmic dreams that help us heal by showing us the sad truth of energetic experiences. And I feel like there's something important that's coming through in this dream. I feel like the guides are bringing this dream towards you, not to hurt you, but to show, right, the circumstances that you would have to be okay with inhabiting in order to effectively have an energy like this back into your experience. And I want to articulate it with the understanding of the recognition. And I'm going to put it this way. I would not be surprised if you had issues when you're in a relationship with this person around infidelity. I would not be surprised if you articulated that there was some sort of infidelity that occurred that led to the ending of an energetic relationship, because the space by which, even in the context by which it didn't occur, but the space by which you may have felt somebody was thinking about it, because the modality by which, and I need to stress this, the fact that you saw that in the dream space, this person was potentially introducing you to, you identified their friends, utilizing the term just a woman, right? That is effectively the observation of someone who potentially employs a code, right? Somebody who has a tendency of employing a code with their friends in the space by which they say, this is a woman in my life, don't ask any questions, right? The modality by which there may have been a tendency of this person to literally employ those words in the context of their friends, right? The toxicity of the toxicity of someone who keeps what we like to call subversive relationships, right? The subversive relationships around the self, which is the space by which another person says, you can stay in my life as long as you don't answer any questions, right? Which is the modality by which another, and this is probably also giving you information as it relates to the fact of why you yourself potentially felt very triggered by the fact that they themselves potentially had a lot of individuals around them that when you asked questions, they potentially got upset or they yelled at you for accusing them of things. This is confirming the accusation. Because if this is a situation by which you potentially had to end a relationship because they were surrounded by confusing relationships, right? The modality by which you potentially saw a lot of individuals around them, and the shape by which you asked them, who is this person? And they said to you, just a friend. Who is that person? Just a friend. The way that you'll notice the fact that they had subversive relationships around them is often when another person has nefarious friends. And the way you can tell someone who has nefarious friends is friends that carry the lie for them. So the modality by which, again, right, this is when they're talking to you, the modality by which someone goes, who's that? And they say, just a friend. But the modality by which you potentially recognize the encoded conversation that they potentially had with their friends, their nefarious friends, where you would eventually see them say, who's that? And instead of them saying, just a friend, they'd say, just a woman, right? This is you understanding and healing because you're finally in the space by which you can have an intimate relationship with them, because the only place they feel safe to have to be open and their most authentic sense of self is with somebody that they have no energetic strings or connections to, right? And I say this to you because the guides are showing you this to you, not because this isn't a possibility. I feel like the guides are showing you this to prepare you for what another person might try to do coming towards you, but understanding that that is not the sound of someone who wants to heal with you, but the sound of another person continuing the trauma that caused you and them to have to separate in the first place. There's nothing romantic about it. It's energetically tragic. And the modality by which, right, the space by which the guides are showing you this, the dream is serving as a warning bell and a warning, because if anything I've articulated to you rings true, if the reason that you felt that you had to leave an energetic connection was because another person had too many confusing friends, right? The space by which you could tell that something seemed off, in the space by which they kept identifying a bunch of energy that they identified as friends, but when you saw their friends, they said, this is just a woman, right? The energy that often carries nefarious friends that carry lies for them. This is to show you how unsafe you are in their embrace. They will potentially try to come back to you. This dream is forewarning. They'll probably try to come back to you. They'll probably try to be romantic with you. They'll probably try to be romantic with you in the context by which they're carrying on a relationship. How you choose to navigate that will be whether you become one of the individuals that hurt you and your relationship when you are in partnership with them. So the modality by which they have not healed but might try to perpetuate the cycle that caused you to separate in the first place, the guides are showing you this because they're giving you the insight to clarify the confusing relationships that you saw around them. Bottom of the deck. Toxic relationships are carried by nefarious friendships. Toxic relationships are carried on the backs of nefarious friendships. This is why when we build friendships and another person is doing something wrong, anyone that allows that to continue is culpable. And we see even now the space by which potentially recognizing, and your affirmation on this is if you felt like something was off, when you were when you were in this relationship. If you felt like there was some kind of wiggly territory between the fact that they would identify their connection to one person in one way and then can articulate it in an entirely different way to another, right? The space by which we assess the health of our relationship is the context by which the nature of how we describe it does not change depending upon the rooms that we find ourselves walking into as it relates to the nature of the connection. So the modality or the experience by which you yourself are articulating that, or the modality or the experience by which you potentially are working to heal this, the dream, right? The dream that you're seeing is giving you confirmation in terms of something that you may have felt was occurring when you were in partnership with them. And it's also serving as warning because they're articulating the fact that enough time has passed that they may potentially try to come back towards you to try to begin an intimate, nefarious relationship, which is the modality of something that's available to you so long as you keep it a secret. But then remember, if that's the context by which you left them, you have now become the source of pain in another person's experience. So making sure, right, making sure that you're navigating that from the space by which you're not facilitating the continuation of their unhealthy choices by becoming a part of the same thing that damaged your relationship when you were first in authenticity with them. They could have had healing with you. They could have had the healing with you. But often energy that is not healed is often the energy that, like the person who's most in danger is the person that they are effectively in partnership with, because the partnership isn't authentic. The partnership just serves as shield as it relates to all of the toxic relationships that they're building around them, or those that effectively condone it, the nefarious friendships that they build by articulating the space of another person that says, like, this is just a friend, and someone being like, I got you, right? Like, that is the toxic environment that you might have to reside in order to be able to facilitate a partnership with a person like this. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we begin the daily collective. I'm going to continue to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Pura, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. And thank you, Mac, for the follow. Yeah, what an awful thing to hear. What awful words together. Just a woman. Ugh. Sending you so much support on that healing journey. Grand Rising, Nicole. Thank you, Per. I agree. I don't want to be there. Thank you for also receiving this message, Tracy. And sending you support on your healing journey as well. Thank you for also receiving this message, Daniel. And Mr. Cliff, thank you for the follow. God-faring, these are donation-based readings. We're about to get started on free one cards for my super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'll be happy to draw a card for you. For me to keep trying is putting the same, would have been putting the same on the other two. Well, I like to point out in healthy relationships, we're not trying, we're doing, right? The work to heal is always mutual. So it's the observational force by which we're working towards doing something better. Let that fortify you as you continue. You're welcome, Tracy. And thank you again, Erica, for having that reading with me. The next person on the list for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. God-fearing, so the list is closed today. So there's no further donations, but if you want to send the donation for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. If you would like a card reading today, I am about to get started after this reading on free 1-card readings for my super fans. If you would like to become a super fan, you just hit that orange icon there and sign up as a super fan, and then you'll be eligible for a 1-card. I hope that helps. Okay. I do my best. I'm glad that there's something here that's helped you today, Mr. Cliff. All right, and we're doing a life path reading here for Hannah. But before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. Thank you. I'll do it again after the next reading. All right, let me pin up Hannah here. You have a beautiful evening, Per. Great. Well, God-fearing, sometimes if you stick around, the messages that come through are also help others who need to be there here for them also receive them. Excellent. And we're doing a life path for Hannah. Guys, I've pinned up Hannah here. Make sure to give Hannah some love. Can I get 4 cards, please? Just move recently, Hannah? What's going on here? All right, one sec. Oh my goodness gracious. What is this? You know what? I feel like the thing is, I gotta stress this. I feel like I see a situation like somebody like the moving I'm seeing has to do with somebody spinning you around. And I like to point out, when somebody can't stay firm, when someone can't stay firm on their decisions, it's dizzy energy. It's the best way I can describe it, because and I like to point this out. This is why it's important that we're able to effectively work through things. It's like we work to be consistent so that we don't make others dizzy. I feel like you need to write that down. We work towards consistency so that we don't make others dizzy, because the space by which we understand that the ability to effectively move through things with a sense of understanding and regulating upon like what the future holds is what we consider, like, that's what stability is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have a lot of money, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, to a certain extent, and like because, right, the modality or the understanding that stability is being able to know and recognize what's coming before you helps you energetically be stable for what is effectively around you. And when we care about each other, we hold each other's stability sacredly, which is the modality by which we try to build consistency, because the consistency creates the stability by which others can do more instead of worry about what's going to happen next. And so I feel like I see some kind of situation around you. Like I've got this, like I've got some kind of modality, and I'm going to point this out. This is why, right? When another person lacks purpose, you'll often see the modality by which another person lacks purpose, which is the space by which they say, oh, this doesn't feel right, right? And then they move away from us, and then they go, oh, this feels worse. I want to come back. And then we say, no, you don't get to come back, because purpose is not based on feelings. And the space by which, right? And I keep on hearing the space by which we follow our inclinations is understanding ourselves. And I like to point this out, like relationships are not based on inclination, but you'll often see, and often you'll notice energy that is living their life based on inclination because they never stay in anything. They never stay in anything long, right? It's fickle energy. It's the modality by which another person, right? It's the modality by which another person is like, and I keep on saying, like, it's not cute, right? Like it's, and often you'll see this, like energy that does this thinks, right, thinks it's cute, and it's not cute. It's just, it's enervating, right? And there's that energy that thinks it's cute, and there's everybody around them suffering in the modality of them not being energetically consistent. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because it's not, and I keep on hearing, it's not the fact, right? It's not the fact that occasionally, right? It's not the fact that occasionally things come up, right? It's every now, like it happens to the best of us, right? Things come up occasionally that require us to have to effectively modify or adjust something. But the difference between, right? The difference between occasional energetic modification and fundamental is understanding, like is understanding and recognizing that others, right? Understanding and recognizing that others also like it's being aware of the fact that others have feelings. And I feel like this is really important right now because I see you having healed from something. I see you energetically thriving. And it does feel to me like there's some kind of energy of someone who's like locked themselves out of your life, which is the modality by which another person ended something, specifically because they felt like something was getting too stable and they didn't want to lose their freedom. And now they see you on the other side of that, looking better than ever, energetically thriving. And this is what I keep on getting. This is the space by which energy doesn't have the opportunity to come back because it changes the nature as to why they're arriving. Right? Like it is very different. And I feel like what's painful about that is like I literally see a situation by which you told somebody, you offered somebody the opportunity of a lifetime to be counterpart to you. And I see somebody who literally did not believe you. They didn't believe in you. And I feel like what's worse about this is like, and I feel like there's like, like often, like, and I like to point this out, this isn't your karma, this is their karma. This isn't your karma, it's their karma, right? And it's frustrating. And often it's annoying because when I read for stuff like this, it's having to feel the space of another person that recognizes that you weren't too good to be true. You were everything they could have hoped for if they just had given something an energetic chance. You do not need to give second or third chances to energy like this. Because energy that doubts you, the energy that doubts your manifestation, is exactly why they can't come into it with you. You cannot have energy beside you that doubts you on every step of your journey. Because how can you possibly move towards a manifestation with energy like that? And it's painful. I can see it. Like I can see you having to mourn that. They're mourning it too. But I want you to understand and recognize that space of holding sadness for it, right? I just got a message from the guides, like that's basically coming through. Like, remember, you created that with your own hands. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. That manifestation, I don't know if you're already in the midst of it or coming towards it. Like the modality by which I feel like what's so painful about this, I keep on hearing, if you're doing it, in conditions like this, remember, it's all yours. Nobody gets to step in. Nobody gets to step in and say to you, I always knew you had it in you. Especially, like, you don't have to deal with that. I keep on hearing this, like, and I want to stress this. None of this, I hurt you to help you nonsense. The sound of trauma is energy that traumatizes at every moment, that tries to block another's path. And then the space by which another person says, I knew you had it in you all along. I was making it harder so that you could go harder. No, because nobody anticipates what is effectively ahead of ourselves. Nobody anticipates the energetic blessing that we arrive to. And often the shape of trauma that hurts us the most is the energy that tries to articulate upon the fact that we do something by ourselves entirely. And then the energy that says, look how strong I made you by giving you nothing. It's not strength to have to overcome absurd obstacles. It's negligence. It's negligence. Don't let negligence try to don the garb of trying to say that it was intentional. They don't get that. And you don't have to hold it that way. I keep on hearing no hard feelings, right? No hard feelings, but also no hard healings. No hard feelings, but no hard healings, which is the modality by which the space by which you say that the space by which you can let something go because you're moving towards something that's better does not mean that you have to heal everything along the way in order to continue to grow. It's the space by which you understand what is your portionality to heal and what another person needs to start to work upon. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for also receiving this message, oh my. So as I mentioned, God-fearing, one-card readings are for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you, but you're currently not a super fan. So if you'd like a one card, you need to be able to become a super fan. That's word for word. Thank you as well, Daniel, for receiving this message. And Adam, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome. I swear this is always a message for me, which makes sense if it's in my life path. Not letting any of the energy back in. I know it's hard though. It's really frustrating. But I keep on hearing that you're moving towards your manifestation in the best way possible. You're so welcome, Stacy. And Kara, thank you for the follow. Thank you for becoming a member of my fan club as well. Excellent. And Elysium, thank you for the follow. Excellent. All right, my friends. And thank you, Oh My, for the follow. As I mentioned, God-fearing, there's an orange icon at the bottom of the screen. Hitting that icon, you sign up, and your superfan subscription makes you eligible for one cards. Speaking of which, friends, we've gotten to the one card readings for today. If you are a super fan and would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, you just need to hit that button, as I mentioned, bottom of the screen, and you'll be eligible for a one card. Just bear with me a moment. And also, friends, we're at 170K likes. If we get to 200K, I'll be gifting a free reading back to the collective. Ivana, one card, highest sell, high, and please, if you're a super fan and would like an animal oracle card, please make sure that recharging your heart maze. Guidance on spiritual path for Ivana. I feel like there's a lot of energy here about you being able to holding yourself dearly and recognizing how much you've overcome. Yeah, 9 of Pentacles. You don't have to put yourself in uncomfortable positions. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this boar energy. I feel like there's something important there. in terms of you finding some kind of force of confidence in order to communicate how you feel. And even as it relates to, like, I keep on hearing, it's not your job to heal everything. It's not your job to have to be perpetually adaptable. You know, like that's what a lot of that Seven of Wands and Boar energy is, which is like adaptability. Like there's adaptability, and then there's adaptability, and then there's the space by which we're able to articulate what feels like it creates like steadying forces in our life, right? I feel like this is you identifying the what are the steadying forces in your life versus what are the energies that potentially come to you because you're so adaptable. Nicole, one card, highest priority. Woo. You got a transverse Nine of Wands, which is saying to me, like, I feel like this is you having a breakthrough as it relates to communicating upon something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't talk about feelings. Don't talk about hard feelings. Talk about what would be better. Animal spirit guide. Your anger is not the source of the problem. The source of the anger is the problem. Don't let somebody articulate. Like the sound of weaponized negligence is someone that is intentionally making us upset and then trying to articulate that us being upset is concerning, right? Like don't let another person, like, tell another person that it's good to be angry so long as you're able to identify the reason, right? It's the space by which we're able to understand the anger that is justified by being able to articulate the reason why we're upset. Absolutely. Bridget, got you one card, please. I feel like they're going to be fine. I feel like they're trying to communicate that they'll be fine. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I said, it says to me that they're fine left to their own devices. Like they like having you there, but they also understand that you're doing what's necessary, right? Like they understand that you're doing what is necessary. They know that. And they're able to, like, they're very, I keep wondering, they're very self-sustaining. Ella, hold on a minute. Ooh, you saw, oh gosh, you're doing a dream reading with one card. It's so hard, dear. You saw 20K in a dream for a harder promo, or is a 20 increase a long-term work goal? Okay, so it's very hard to do with one card, but I'll try to give you clarification. What is the indication of that numeric in the dream space? I feel like it's working, making sure that you and another person are working towards the same goals. Is it a little or is it a lot? Yeah, I feel like that's what the that's what it is, right? Especially with the Five of Cups. Thank you, dear. It's articulating upon the differences, right? Like, yeah, with the crane energy, right? The modality by which we see an obstacle is all like what we identify as an obstacle, another sees an inconvenience, right? The modality by which we feel like there's something preventing us from doing something, another person says like, oh, that's minor. That's not a problem. That's easily resolved. Esteban, one card, highest priority, please. We've got the Hangman and it's upright. So I feel like I'm identifying some kind of circumstances or situations wherein I feel like I see you standing up for yourself in ways that you haven't before. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, turning the other cheek does not mean you have to stand there to get slapped, right? The modality by which animal spirit guide, yeah, the cat energy, right? Like when another person shows you, right? Like when another person shows you that they don't like what they don't have the empathy, like you're a blessing in someone's life. And if another person doesn't want to see the blessing in you, leave them with that, right? It's not your responsibility to prove to another. And I like to point this out, like cruel energy will try to have us prove that we're good people. And the observation of another person trying to build into the feeling of needing to be proven, something proven to them, is exactly the condition by which, like, it's exactly the space by which we don't feel energetically inclined to prove anything, is what I keep on getting. Yeah. Alexandra, one card on past connection coming up this month. I feel like somebody's healing. I feel like somebody's thinking a lot about the past. I feel like I see somebody carrying a lot of sorrow for something. Bottom of the deck. It doesn't mean it, like, you know, I want to say, like, the observation and being able to articulate to another, if they can't tell you how they feel, right? It's like water under the bridge, like water under the bridge means we communicate. It doesn't mean that we let it go. It means we walk through it so that we can heal it better. So animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blank manifestation, like make sure somebody is not trying to have like especially like it's not a chalkboard erase moment, it's a bookmark. The ability to be able to articulate upon what went wrong is how we heal what's right. So make sure that somebody isn't just popping up out of the blue acting like something wasn't wrong, when it's like the observation of being able to articulate upon like what, like where they left something or what was energetically troubling you. Like make sure that it's a continuation of the conversation. Counterpart for It's My. I see somebody going through a lot of self-doubt right now, or worry. I see somebody who's never been this worried. Like I feel like somebody who understands the full breadth of something that's happening or feeling a lot of anxiety upon it. Yeah, with the blackbird. You know, I feel like I keep on seeing somebody who's like surprised something's come to something, is what I keep on seeing. Like almost like having feeling. I feel like somebody who's like feels like they have a lot of information on something, but not in the space by which they feel inclined that they can share everything. You know, like there's something need to know about it. One card for Hannah on stability or staying uncertain. So remember, we don't look at the cards to make decisions for us, but in terms of that, identify when we care about each other, we create stability for one another, right? Let your questions guide you in terms of where stability is. Yeah, there's no such thing as a destabilizing question, right? There should be no space by which you don't feel you can ask a question. Healthy questions are responded to with healthy answers, not the space by which another person says, I don't want to talk about it, right? When we care about each other, we understand that we have hard conversations because that's how we stabilize for one another. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the owl energy. Let your questions do the walking, which is the modality of saying that if another person, when we care about each other, we look at questions with eagerness, not and like our questions don't damage healthy things. Minnie, one card on partnership, please. We've got the 5 of Pentacles in its of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like this is somebody who's healing in a deep way in connection with you. But there's a lot of feelings come up. Like I feel like there's something about this where it's like having a hard time talking to you about things isn't based upon you, but their experiences. So it's like, I feel like it's hard when you're healing trust, because it's often the same thing by which you often feel like you're encountering questions that broke something. But every time I feel like somebody is able to go through something with you easily, it just reaffirms the strength of your energetic connection. Yeah, especially with the hawk. I feel like it's you and another person understanding you can be upset without being angry at each other. But sometimes it's hard when we're healing from trauma environments that make us feel the opposite of that. Thank you for sharing the live, Psych. You're welcome, Ivana. We're doing one cards right now, healing. One card on angelic, please, for healing. You've got this. You've got the stability you need. I even like you are very good at making stable situations. Yeah, trust your assessment on things. And also talk to another person about what they need to bring to a situation to create more stability. Yeah, healthy energy can handle critique, right? And the ability, sometimes, I keep on hearing, sometimes all that's needed is a hard conversation, which is a space by which we say to somebody, look, I'm telling you this because I'm the only person that would tell you. Which is the space by which we say, like, I'm trying to help you see something so that you can do it better. Estevan, I got you, dear. Thank you again. You're welcome. Yep, what I needed to hear. You're so welcome, Estevan. Excellent. One card on partnership, please, for Nikki. I see somebody going through a lot of transformation right now. But I also am getting with the bottom of the deck, yeah, like transformation is difficult but necessary, because I feel like it's somebody understanding that something's changing in a good way. But I feel like there's a lot of sadness there in some kind of way, because specifically I just keep on seeing, I just keep on hearing how, like, as we grow, like, we can usually tell the force of love in our lives. So I feel like it's somebody having to be patient and understanding that time in some way is on their side on something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hard part often, like, here's the thing about it, like, nefarious energy always thrives in creating chaos. But as we age, we get very aware of where the source of chaos resides in our lives, is what I keep on hearing, right? Thank you so much. You're so welcome, Hannah. I don't think I articulated that, Tiffany. I'm not sure what I stated that would make you feel like I have that impression. You're so welcome, Lisa. You're so welcome, Minnie. You're so welcome. Hi there, Mrs. A. Please, I want you are necessary and needed here. I want you to recognize that, and thank you for being here, and I hope these messages help you today. And I'm sending you so much support on that healing journey. I know it's not easy. But remember, you are unique and necessary, and there's nobody like you on this earth, and we would like to keep you here. You're so welcome, Bridget. You're so welcome, Nikki. Tiffany, so these are one card readings for super fans. I'm happy, if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. But I want you to just know that Spirit's first directive is always to make sure that we're doing what's best for ourselves, because when we're doing what's best for ourselves, we bless others around us. So make sure that you're taking care of yourself in the ways that are necessary, and let the observation of you doing that guide you to those who have your best interests at heart. It's okay. My friends, hi there, Starlight. The link tree should be working. Thank you for notifying me. I will confirm to see what the issue is there. Thank you for letting me know. If you'd like to, but again, we have reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much. Do you know what part of the link tree is not working specifically? If you let me know, I can see if I can fix it when I get off the live. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. I will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there, and you can turn on notifications. Oh, well, sometimes that happens, Queen. Thank you for being here and also receiving these messages. For anybody who was here today and became a superfan, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our Superfan Only Disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. If you don't have access, just message me a disco GIF if you're a superfan, and I'll send you an invite. You can say hello to the community there, and in the perk section, you'll find a special coupon code that will give you an extra discount to our tarot class subscription program, which our next class will be happening on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards and the wand suit. It says it doesn't exist. No, it's okay, dear. I'll double check that. I really appreciate you letting me know. Okay. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Oh, Claire, I was looking for you. Yeah, absolutely. Claire, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? Somebody's looking for you. Somebody's looking for you. I feel like it's somebody who feels like they had a misconnection with you. Yeah, it's like, I don't know why. I feel like somebody feels like they're hoping to bump into you, is what I keep on seeing. Who's that? It's giving me a lot of that who's that energy, is what I keep on seeing. Like somebody who's like trying to go around to where they know that you are, or something of that nature. Just be, I feel like be patient right now and work on those manifestation goals, particularly as it relates to what it is that you're looking for in a relationship at this time. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means an absolute world to me. Have a good night, Starlight. And a huge, huge thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please, Ella, did you get your card? Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Okay, perfect.